Warning: the following contains material that may be too disturbing to some people. Descriptions of violence, mature situations, and adult themes. This is intended for mature audiences. Viewer discretion is advised. Hey guys.
Hey.
Hello.
How you guys doing?
Doing okay. How about yourself?
Pretty good.
Pretty good, pretty good. All right. You guys ready to die today?
Yep, always.
Yep.
All right. So you guys remember what happened last week? Anybody have anything cool happen this week? I've mostly just been working and moving the last couple things. What have you guys been up to?
Pretty much the same thing, actually. My uncle is moving out of his house, so we decided to claim some furniture, and then so we've been moving some furniture to our apartment.
Right on. Isn't that fun? I love moving.
Sounds like it's been busy 2 weeks for all of us.
Right, yeah.
We found out that our lease ended on our current apartment like 2 months ago, and we've been doing month to month all this time. And they didn't tell us because apparently if they had us re-sign our lease, there was a management change, and now our apartments are considered affordable living. And if we renewed our lease, they would have to give us a $200 discount or something.
Oh, wow.
And it's like $200 less to renew our lease. And we're like, well, we were waiting until the end of our lease to start looking for a house, but we're already in month to month, so we've been looking for a house. It's like, okay, I guess that solves the issue of waiting.
Guess it does, yeah.
I'm so done with apartments, so it's kind of a good thing, but we've also been so hectic.
Yeah.
Right.
Can understand that. I was actually thinking about saving up to buy a house or something like that, because I'm also tired of renting, considering what I just went through.
Yeah.
I heard housing market's pretty bad right now.
Yeah, I know.
It is. It's it's so bad. And like in our area, a lot of people are moving out of Seattle and into surrounding areas that are cheaper. So
I've noticed a lot of that lately too.
yeah, us trying to find a place has been like a lot of the good stuff is already pending. I've just been checking new listings, hoping that we could snap something up. I found something that's 30 minutes further east of us, and it's a homestead. Like, we could grow 70% of our food just right there on the land. And I'm like, I really like this. So we're currently trying to see if we could cut out a deal that will make it more affordable for us.
Right on.
Nice.
A lot of folks
so that's
go into
exciting.
homesteading these days.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's like the American dream right there.
Yeah. And it comes with chickens.
What? It comes with chicken.
The most important part.
I was telling one of my friends about it, and like the only thing she had to say when I finished telling her everything was chickens. It's like, yes.
Right on. Well, congrats on
The
chickens.
chickens.
Yeah,
And-
well, we'll see. We haven't made our offer yet. We're waiting to see if they will fix some things that need done before closing.
All right.
But yeah, we did find a good possibility.
Right on. Congrats. Ferdy, what have you been up to? Just to put the spotlight on somebody. at random.
I've just been working. I've started working at like the operating room. As a nurse, and we're right now we just finished our training, and I'm gonna go in rotations starting tomorrow. And it's gonna be ortho. So good luck to me.
Right on. That sounds exciting. Wow.
It is. It is.
Kudos.
Been
I
working
would
and it
never
sounds
be
like
able to.
it's been
I'm
less
gonna
exciting.
see.
I would never be able to do what you're doing.
Inside,
so
and you know.
Yeah, it's impressive. That's like
yeah.
really like really impressive. So awesome. Congrats. All right. Wolf.
Seraphina will be inspired with the death. No, I shouldn't say that.
That's not a good way to start your first day of surgery.
I've got what I'm considering Seraphina's theme playing in the background right now, which is called Dance of Death, by the way. All right. Well, there goes Wolf. He disappeared.
Into the test channel.
Uh-oh. I'm gonna jump down there.
Issues afoot.
Wolf, are you okay, bud? I can't hear you. Okay, you're mic testing. Gotcha. All right, he's doing mic tests. He's having some mic problem. I'm also getting like a little bit of crackling every once in a while. I'm not really sure.
It might be through me.
I think I was doing before you guys hopped in here. All right. Well. Oh no, our Discord pop-up is gone because I'm a professional and I forgot you can't close that. There you go.
For the stream.
Yeah. All right.
My
So-
Roll20 is not loading.
Really?
Let me try opening the site manually.
Let me check and make
Yeah.
sure I didn't delete your token. Oh, look, there's Wolf.
Apparently I had mic issues.
Well, you sound fine now.
Hello.
What up? What have you been up to?
Howdy.
What'd you do? What'd you do?
I actually helped a friend move.
Oh,
so-
right on.
It's that time of the year, apparently.
Well, good for you, because when a friend has to move, you should help them, guys. All right. I remember one time I was moving when I was in college. I was moving out of this apartment into the apartment upstairs. And it was just like a house that was split up into like 4 different apartments. And I had always had my eye on the upstairs apartment because it was bigger. It was actually like 2 stories or something. And I think, yeah, it was 2 stories. And so like I call a couple friends to help me move, and they get there and they're just not doing anything. Right? Like I mean, not helping carry heavy stuff. I moved the washer and the dryer up 2 flights of stairs by myself.
That sounds dangerous.
They were there for moral support.
It was painful. I didn't know I could do it, but I didn't really have much choice. Yeah, I was laid up in a bed for like 2 days after that from just back pain. Don't do that. It's not a smart thing to do. All right. So, Wolf, what happened last week? Last session?
Don't really want to get into it.
I was not pinned in the corner at the end, about to die.
Oh, you mean in the session that we last played?
Yeah, what did you think I was
I thought you meant
talking
last
about?
week. Like why I had to miss.
Oh no, that's not what I'm. No, man, no, I wouldn't.
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't do that to you. I wouldn't do that to you, dude.
Let's see. Give me a minute. I will remember.
Wait,
Eventually.
can I throw in something?
Yeah.
Yeah, go for
if
it.
anybody wants to pick up,
Seraphina killed a guy with no eyes.
that is true. He was in the thumbnail.
Yep, she killed the disabled man.
He was
Um,
already dead, technically.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he was technically undead.
Yep, yep. He seemed alright though. Like he had a pleasant demeanor for a guy with no eyes. But yeah, creepy for sure.
She just wanted to sleep.
Just wanted to sleep.
I do believe we got visited by...
Man, I wonder what happened the last time someone tried to kill something because they wanted to sleep.
I was about to say, it looks like Tim rubbed off on you a bit there. Anyways, go ahead, Wolf. What were you gonna say?
I forgot his name.
Nernum?
Yeah, there we go. Nernum.
Yeah.
Got visited by Nernum. Well, we didn't. I believe Orilyn did.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Orilyn.
Orilyn and let's see, Melora was awake. Was Claes awake?
I think it was Elderman?
I don't know if I was.
Oh no, yeah, that's right.
You talking about Claes?
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember what order we had. I think there was like Melora doesn't sleep and
Yeah, I was on
so
last watch.
Definitely her and okay, yeah. So Claes and Orilyn got to talk with Nernum.
Claes mostly ignored him.
Yeah, so it was mostly just Orilyn chatting away.
Yeah, and he told you guys that he knew a guy that was like a wizard or something, and he was gonna meet you guys between here and the city that you're going to, the autumn city of the Eladrin, which I can't remember the name for some reason right now. Let me pull up my notes.
Mithrandane.
Mithrandane, that's it. And
I feel like we're off to the Emerald City to see the wizard right now.
yeah, kind of, yeah.
Right.
There's a bit of vibes going. Also, I don't know if you guys caught it, but I was kind of trying to stick to certain themes from way back when you guys first started the campaign. I know the audience definitely wouldn't catch this because we weren't streaming back then. But
No eyes.
yeah, no eyes guy that had to be put down. Like that was from way back in like the first session, I think. One of the first, maybe second session. One of the first people you guys encountered in the Lost Village was a guy with no eyes.
With no eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Fee killed that guy too.
Yeah.
I actually didn't remember that.
Yeah.
Yep, he killed him.
Orlin wasn't
I didn't
here
know any
yet.
of this because it's before my time.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it was the first innocent person that Fee killed.
I mean, he begged.
Not the
One of
last.
many.
He begged to be killed. Also, he was a magistrate, right? Like he was one of the ones that didn't defect. That was actually there to try and help, and fell victim to whatever happened to that town. And that's when Tim was like, "Oh, they sent us here to die," or whatever. I think it was right after that. Yeah. So there's like a little throwback there, and yeah, and you guys got surrounded in the night. You did feed the local wildlife, so now, as you know, happens when you camp out in the wild, now they think you guys are just a source of food.
Yeah.
Don't feed, don't feed the local displacer beasts, guys. It's not a good thing, you know. Maybe you should have hung the body up in a tree or something. Although I don't think that would really stop them, to be honest.
He does already do that, unlike lions.
Yeah.
Something tells me that even if Seraphina hadn't killed the guy, those things probably would have gone after him to eat him anyways. He was pretty loud.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing he was able to carry on for so long without getting eaten.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a strange place. And you guys have only just gotten here, really. Yeah.
According to Nernum, we've only been gone less than 10 minutes.
Yep. Yep.
That's gonna
and
cause problems.
the guy who Seraphina killed was he was looking for 5 rings, so he's not even from the Feywild. He's not even supposed to be here. Which might seem kind of odd. Like, how do you accidentally stumble into the Feywild? Maybe.
Fairy rings.
mm, mm.
Lots of ways.
All right. Well, I guess let's pick up where we left off. I guess. Let's see here.
I forgot we were just about to enter combat when we
No, we
paused.
started.
Well, we were
No, we
one
already
round in.
started.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're one round into the combat, guys, and it is not looking good for some of you. It is really not looking good for some of
I'll be fine.
you.
Maybe.
Yeah, we'll see. I remember Ishu disappeared, right? I do remember that happening. And I see him, and he's still invisible, so. Let's see here. Let me do this just so I don't forget. And I still got the turn order up. Do you guys see it?
Yes.
Yeah, I see it. Odayn and then Claes and then Orilyn and Melora.
All right. Let me cue up some battle music here. You know. All right. Odayn, what are you gonna do?
Odayn is going to try to help out his teammates by casting slow.
All right.
See,
So
40-foot cube. I think.
40
30.
is it 40-foot radius or 40-foot?
40-foot cube. So that's 40 foot each side.
Oh yeah, you're right. Hang on. So let me put this here. Did I put that? I put that on the wrong layer. Whoops. Okay. Where was it? Like this?
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, I think-
you can hit all of them. Doesn't matter. It doesn't.
Yeah.
It's not continuous, is it?
Right. It's not.
Okay.
Well, it's continuous in that, like,
Once it hits
whoever's
him, he maintains
affected-
concentration.
Yeah, whoever is affected is still affected. It's not like a area of effect that stays. Or anything.
Does it hit you guys too? It doesn't say. Oh, 6 creatures of your choice. Okay.
I can choose. Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's exactly 6 of them, and they have to make Dex. What do they have to make?
Wisdom.
saves. Okay. So
Wisdom
6
saves.
wisdom saves coming up. Let me just make sure they don't have any bullshit.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 2 save, unless they have advantage.
I don't see why they would have advantage. They're not particularly good at wisdom. I thought they might have some Fey bullshit, but I don't think they do. Alright, so we'll start with the top one. What was the DC? 16?
16.
So success, failure. Where's our little snail bro? Failure. That's not what I meant to do. There we go. Then failure. Okay. Failure, success. Okay. That guy, and then this guy over here is fine. All right.
Basically, everyone that's not next to me.
Yeah, you slowed all the other ones. Now you just these two that are up in your face. You know, they're still moving quite fast. What does it look like when you do this?
I'll probably just like dance using my pole, and I'm not sure. Maybe I'm just like moving around really fast and they like get really confused and they get dizzy and they get slowed.
Yeah. All right. Is that you got anything else this round?
That ends my turn.
All right. Yes, the red box is insect plague. Now that is a continuous damage dealio, right?
Yes.
Yeah, as long as they stay in it.
All right.
So
Claes.
can you use a reaction on your own turn?
Most reactions have conditions that have to be met to use them, right? So, like,
Right.
Wrath of Storms is when you're hit by a melee attack. I
Yeah, the
think?
condition is I can meet the condition.
What is the condition?
Being dealt elemental damage.
So, as soon as you're dealt that damage is when you would use a reaction.
Okay.
Right.
I just wasn't sure if I was allowed to on my own turn. All right. I'm going
believe so.
to set down the glowing stone and activate it.
Oh god.
All right. Okay.
Use my action to do that.
Yep. I forgot about the stone. We just had it, but I'll just make another.
Or
one.
actually, do I have to set it down to activate it, or can I hold it in my hand and just press it?
You can hold it in
Or-
your hand.
Yeah.
I wouldn't advise doing that, but you can. Because what happens when it blows up, right?
It does fire damage in the area.
Yep. I mean, you'll take the damage, right? Even if something
Yeah.
else triggers it. Like, you can't trigger
Yeah.
it to explode, but... let me do this. Are you just going to put it in your hand?
Yeah, I'm just going to activate it in my hand.
All right.
And then I will use my bonus action to... Let me think really quick. I'm actually just going to not use my bonus action. I'll just try to taunt everything towards me. Just look around. Yeah, come at me. And then
alright.
hold up the glowing rock.
Okay.
Is he suicidal?
Do you have any special stuff that lets you taunt things?
No, I'm just
You're
yelling
just
at them.
Yelling. You make a persuasion check, I guess. Okay,
16.
it's not bad. All right. Let's see. Insight is wisdom, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Ah.
All right. A couple of them, you definitely seem to have their attention. For the like, most of them seem to have your attention. If the ones, especially the ones close to you, like these three, definitely. This guy probably. These over here, they hear you, they're looking at you, and they're like, their heads are bobbing around, trying to figure out ways to get to you. Like, you see them processing it in their animal instinct way, like how to get around your friends and each other.
He kind of grits his teeth and talks out of the corner of his mouth. All right, guys, you better have my back on this one. And then that'll be my turn.
Ooh, okay.
Why is it the new guys always lose their dumb minds?
Yeah, I'm not.
Orilyn?
Ella is a little lost as far as what you're doing.
I have an idea.
I think I know, but it's not a good idea.
Dane is just trying to concentrate.
I guess that the question for me is whatever you're doing, should I move this way or should I move this way?
As long as we're out of 5 feet range, I think we're okay.
Okay.
All right, Orilyn, what's the plan? It is your turn.
I'm going for a flavor win as opposed to a good plan.
Okay, well, Orlin's gonna face up here. she's gonna pick up Seraphina's sword and throw it in that direction.
Free item interaction, pick it up, and then I think it'll be your... Was face step an action? Or...
Face up is a bonus.
Okay, I think it'll be your action to throw it.
Yes.
You pick it up for free, but throwing it is an action.
Yeah.
Okay, you're gonna toss it, and you're just trying to throw it like right here, or are you throwing it right to... Oops, right to Seraphina?
I guess there is close enough to Seraphina that she doesn't have to move to pick it up.
Alright. What's your
But
dex?
if I accidentally hit this thing, that's fine.
Right. Yeah.
My dex?
Yeah, I'm just curious, like, how good are you at, like, throwing things? I'm just trying to get an eye for it.
A straight dex roll would be a +2, and if I was able to use acrobatics for some reason, it would be a +4.
Alright. Make a dex roll. Well, DC is pretty low, I think. Just don't roll a 1. Alright.
Here we go.
It goes pretty much about where you expect it to go. It kind of, as it leaves your hand, it doesn't really like fly straight, right? Like it kind of flops around through the air, like the weight carries around, and it kind of, you know, it doesn't like stick straight in the ground or anything. It's not real pretty, but you throw it to the spot you're trying to throw it to, which is right there, right?
Yeah, that's good. And then let's see. I just zoom out a little bit. She still has her move, so she's gonna...
Is that a mouse
go
wheel?
a little
Somebody
further
going-
away.
Somebody going crazy on the scroll wheel.
I was typing and I think it was picking it up.
No, it was
Doesn't
me.
it sound like typing, though?
I was mouse
Oh,
wheeling.
All right.
Let's see. And then Fea
Now-
is also gonna move.
Where were you? You were right here originally. Oh yeah, you misty steps, so no opportunity attacks.
Yeah, I face stepped away.
Yeah. All right.
ignore that
and
message.
then-
Don't worry about that.
And then she's gonna have Fea fly up 30 feet.
Don't worry about that.
Okay, no sweat.
We double check
Sorry.
actually what
Nothing
So
happened there.
Fea
Fea's
is.
gonna move up 30 feet. What is Fea at
Oh.
ground level right now?
Fea was at shoulder height, so I guess 5 feet up-ish. Right, it has a speed of 60 for flying, so I think it'll... go up 40 feet.
Okay. Fea starts to take
And-
off straight up in the air.
Yeah, and this guy is slowed, so he doesn't have a reaction to attack it, so...
Oh, right on.
Yeah.
No reactions on slow. Good stuff. All right, so you fly up. Let me just put some wings on Fea if I can. So I just
Right in
need
my
to-
notes that Faye is up 40 feet.
All right. And one thing you can do is put it in the red circle. That's kind of what I do sometimes. Things like that. All right.
Oh, right. The red
Uh,
circle gets used for so many things that I never use it.
Yeah, it's all good. All right. So Fea takes off, doesn't get attacked and killed instantly. All right. Got anything else?
That's all I can do.
Right on. Melora. Oh yeah. Guess whose sheet I forgot to get out. Let's see here.
Issue?
I mean, he's on the turn order. Let's see here. Melora. I also need to get out Ishu, so let me just go ahead and do that. Where did Ishu go? Oh, there he is.
He's in the pets
No,
familiars.
I opened his sheet and it just disappeared. All right,
Oh,
Melora. Let's see here. Hmm. Let me check something here. All right, I think this will work. She will use that. And all right. So, DC 16 wisdom saves from all of them. I'm pretty sure they can all be technically charmed. They don't have any bullshit that makes them immune to it. And they're terrible at
they
wisdom.
have advantage, and we have to do that too, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you could
Is
see
that
her,
right?
yeah. If Orilyn
Yeah.
doesn't, because she's outside the range, I bet, right? Yeah. But yeah, all you guys. It is a charm effect, so you have special bullshit for charmed. And why do they have advantage? Oh, because you're in combat with them.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right.
Cool.
She's got something else she's gonna do right afterwards, though. Let's see how this works. 6 wisdom saves. They're terrible at these. They all fail? No, they have advantage. So 2 of them succeed, 3 of them succeed. All right, so success, failure.
Seraphina's gonna get, not Seraphina, Melora's gonna get me killed.
Failure, success. That was 6, right? Yeah. Okay. I keep losing it because. Okay. Success, failure, success, failure. All right, last 2 fail. All right. How about you guys? Did any of you guys get charmed?
Yep.
Rolled a 2 and a 6.
Okay. All right. So,
and Avachai has to roll, and
Oh,
Ishu.
Yep. So here's Avachai.
And Fea?
It's 40 feet in the air, right? You said?
Oh, and
Yeah.
Fea, I think, is probably immune to charm.
Fea's not immune to charm, just spells, I believe.
Oh,
Let me double check.
just has advantage.
Avachai succeeds. Ishu
Advantage on saving throws against spells and other magical effects, so. But it also
But if-
has a.
succeeds. All right. So
Right.
if you failed, you have disadvantage on perception checks made to perceive any creature other than Melora for 1 minute. She's gonna taunt him back a little bit, I think, Claes. At least a couple of them. And okay, or until the target can no longer see her. All right, she follows it up with this, because part of her multi-attack is that. So, okay, so suggestion, and that makes them all what? Do they have to make a save, or yeah, wisdom saves again? And it's only works on one creature, I guess. Right? Yeah. All right, so she's going to target the one right here. fails. And she tells it to flee. To leave.
Wait, they all failed?
No, she can only do it on one creature. Suggestion. I think.
Oh, okay, I see.
A creature she can see. Right.
Which one is she targeting?
This one.
Oh no, that's the one my hex is on.
Did
Well,
that
it's-
one get charmed? Or is she
no,
just doing
it's-
that to it? Okay, so it doesn't have to be the one she charmed.
No, it doesn't. Doesn't say anything about it having to be the one.
If
Okay.
she targets this one, then my hex gets wasted.
Well,
Because I
she's-
can't transfer it unless it dies.
I understand. She's targeting that one because it's the only one on Odayn that's not under her influence already. So she's trying to protect Odayn.
Right.
More than anything.
Fair.
Let's see here. Yeah. So let me just mark it with something so I don't forget. It's not just a regular charm. Okay. And I think that's her turn. I think that's all she's gonna do right now. Okay. All right.
Good job, Aurora. You're so pretty.
I mean, at least she's doing stuff to help you guys now. Like, even if you don't like it.
We're picky like that.
Oh no,
Oh
I'm
yeah,
just focused.
Odayn
I'm
got
just focused
affected.
on Aurora.
I know.
Yeah, Odayn got affected by her beguile, so
Oh, he did? Oh, okay.
yeah. He and Claes, it looks like.
Claes goes to cheer for a moment and like raises his arm, and then he realizes he's holding the stone and decides it's probably a bad idea.
Okay. And that's when the displacer beasts come at you. Now, when they're slowed, they just get one attack, right? Is that how it works?
Mm-hmm.
An
Uh,
action, a bonus action, or movement. Is that right?
In the
Action or
slow,
bonus action, not both. -2 AC, -2 to dexterity saving throws. Target speed is halved, and they can't do a reaction. And if they do a spell, you have to roll a d20 to save it.
And it can't
And
make
re-
more than one melee attack. That is very important.
yeah, one melee or ranged attack during its turn.
That makes me not die.
Potentially.
Yep.
Well, we'll see.
Unless they both hit. They don't have disadvantage on rolls or anything? On attack rolls? No.
No, I don't
All
think
right.
so.
Okay. Well, here comes. So as you like think about raising your hand and you think better of it, whoosh, a tentacle with teeth on it comes flinging towards you.
Wait.
You.
Before that, can Spirit Guardians hit some
Oh,
of them? Because
yeah.
they start their turn there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
that's true.
in case they die,
Yeah.
if they could.
Let's see here. Where is our spirit guardians? Here we go. Do you remember what level he cast it at? Did I say?
Don't remember.
I think he just cast it at normal level, 3rd.
Yeah, it's marked off for 3rd. His spell thing's marked off. All right.
I think he's saving his good spells for in case he has to help cleanse anybody of the disease stuff again.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
3d8.
all right. So they have to make a save or something, right? Is that how spirit
A
guardians?
wisdom saving throw.
Yep. Okay. So let's do it for all but one of them. There's 5 of them inside of it. There's a lot of wisdom saves from these things. One of them crits. Okay, so we got it's DC 16. Fail. We'll start at the top again. Fail, so he takes 20, right? Whoops.
Oh, hello.
Where is that coming from?
I forgot I had that tied to my one of my keys from the from the other game. Hang on. Is
No,
it,
New Orleans or whatever.
yeah. It's
Unknown Orleans.
Yeah, it's a little it's a little
Oops.
joke from Megawatts Hornets. All right. You'd understand if you watched the show. All right, so he takes 20 damage. He's looking pretty rough, this guy right here. This guy over here takes 20 as well. That's the first damage he's taken. This guy down here crits. This guy succeeds. And this guy fails and takes 20 now. When they succeed, do they take half?
Yep.
They do? Oh,
Yeah.
that's not good because they have this bullshit.
Yeah, they get to move.
Well, they also have this, which I haven't been using. So avoidance, effect that allows it to make a saving throw to take only half. It instead takes no damage if it succeeds, and half if it fails. So let me give some of these guys back some HP. Okay. And I didn't take any from those guys. So they succeed, they instead take no damage. And which ones got hit? These two got hit. So they can now move. This one has to move away from you guys.
So it doesn't have to anymore because it got damaged.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind.
Right? It's no longer suggested if it takes any damage.
Is that how suggestion works? Hers is a special...
If Melora or any of her companions damage the target, the effect ends.
Okay.
Oh, that's for Beguile.
That's for question.
It's for Beguile too. Let's see. Let me just link them again.
I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying.
I didn't see Beguile,
It's
but I
definitely for
really suggest
suggestion. It's the last sentence in suggestion.
Yeah, I see that for suggestion. I think Beguile
It's
still
not-
stands.
Yeah, it's not in Beguile.
Okay. Well, he loses suggestion, and he does not have to run away. So he won't. This guy can use his shifting step.
Does shifting step work if it's something that wasn't an attack rolled?
It's supposed to be when no, it wouldn't work, and it's supposed to be when an attack misses, not when it hits.
So also, Spirit Guardians halves their movement, but also slow does as well.
Oh.
So I'm pretty sure there's stat because it doesn't say that it's difficult terrain.
Some of them are just
They just
really
not
slow.
moving. Yeah, it's like they're in like bullet time, or whatever. Like that's how slow they're moving. All right. Well, now the tide has definitely turned. All right. So they haven't even gotten to attack yet. So tentacles at Claes here. Here comes one.
Is that going to trigger the movement within the area or no?
Which one's attacking?
Yeah, I mean they're within 5 feet of it. This one was attacking. It's a crit 1. Okay, so here's what happens. He flings his tentacle at you. You duck. It hits the guy on the other side of you and rips a chunk of flesh out of him. So it hits this guy who's not been damaged. Neither of these have.
Oh, he's infected with the flesh now. Like, yes.
Yeah. Right. So he does take some significant damage here. Let's see. I just want to make sure that that's right, because that seems like a lot. Yeah, that's right. Okay. So he takes 22. And on a hit, the target must be infected with flesh, and the target is large or smaller. It is grappled. So he's now grappled as well. Like the tentacle is just grabbing onto anything it can, like any like flesh that it senses. So there we go. You were also grappled as well, I think, Claes, right? That's why you got that symbol on you, or what is that?
I got poisoned.
Poison.
With the flesh.
You got flesh corruption.
Yeah.
All right. So now the other one on the other side of you makes his tentacle attack.
So if he
This
stays
one-
there, he gets damage from the insect plague.
Yeah.
He'd probably move out of it. He took some damage from it already. They're not that dumb.
Well, then he moves and triggers the rock.
Yeah, for sure. The rock is getting triggered. If you want to go ahead and blow
Okay.
the rock,
The rock blows up.
shoot the
I
rock.
feel like we shouldn't say that.
All right. Shoot the rock. All right. So roll the thing. How much damage does it do? What does it do?
It does. I don't remember if you said 1d6 or 2d6 or more. I don't remember.
You don't. Oh, you didn't write it down.
I forgot to.
I'm pretty sure it was 2d6. I'm pretty sure I would not have given you a 1 damage die on it. You gotta write this stuff down when I tell it to you. I think
do.
it was 2d6, and if it's within 5 feet of it, so it's like 1 square adjacent.
Yeah.
So, boom, it blows up. You're gonna use something to what are you gonna do?
First, okay, so it's doing 7, and then I will roll my dex save and then absorb elements after.
All right.
That's not supposed to be advantage. Actually, wait, is it? Oh yeah, it's a magical effect. And I actually take no damage because of evasion.
Nice.
All
Now that I
right.
think about it.
You can nimbly dodge. All right, so that means that they could also take no damage, right? The dex save is for the explosion, I presume, correct?
Yeah.
That means they get the same dex save. Which means if you take half, if you succeed, then they would instead take no damage if they succeed. Do you remember what the DC was?
What?
Did you write it down?
No, I didn't write down any of it.
All right. I think I said 15. I don't remember off the top of my head, but we'll go back and look later.
Wait, why would they take no damage if I dodged it?
Because
They have avoidance.
they have avoidance.
They have the same-
Oh, they have the same thing. Okay.
So 2 dex saves from these boys. They succeed and they take no damage. It's a cool looking explosion though.
That was anticlimactic.
Sorry, but all right. So here comes the second tentacle attack on you. Let's see if we get a 1. A 1.
Are they just grappling each other now?
They're just grappling each other. Oh man, I don't know how you did it, but you convinced them to just fight each other instead.
He confused them with the fire.
So good at this game.
One got pissed
Right,
off when the other one attacked it.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I'll put a grapple on this one. Now they're locked in together. So like the first one looks like it's gonna hit you. You duck out of the way at the last second. It hits the one behind you, and then it screeches in pain, and it sends a tentacle. And it maybe this one doesn't even try to hit you. Maybe it just intentionally hits his buddy. And now they're just fighting each other, and they're tearing chunks of flesh off of each other, and it's pretty awesome, to be honest. It's
The
There's
best part is
fire
they're
everywhere,
both
but no one's getting hurt.
slowed, so they're moving at half speed doing this.
Yeah, that's true. It's true. You get to watch it in slow motion. It's like a ballet of gore, just in horrible monstrosities.
Hey, the good news is they're both fighting each other right now, and they can't take reactions because they're slowed. So Claes could just book it.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Well, that's those guys' turns. Let's see. These guys in the insect plague. I think this guy's gonna move up. This guy will move out. But this guy's gonna take the damage. If you want to just, what's the damage for insect plague?
I don't know if I can scroll up and see it. I don't think it did any damage. Well, maybe it did. Where was it? I don't think I ever rolled damage for it. So,
10 on a failed save.
What's the save?
let's
Dex?
see if it's. I think it's.
Just link it. Just link insect.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it.
That's all good. What we can do is we'll look it up in the compendium. Because it's not a spell. This is from your staff, right?
It doesn't
Yeah, but
say. It doesn't say what kind
There
of
it
save.
is.
Oh, Constitution saving throw. There it is.
I was gonna say I
It's
know
a
I put
con
it in
save.
my thing.
It's a con
Yeah.
save.
Yeah, con save.
All right. Con save.
Con save DC 17.
It's a failure. And he takes 24
Half.
piercing, or is it 24 plus 7? Oh, that's
Not the 7.
okay. Yeah, he does take half because it's a save for half, right? And it's avoidance bullshit.
But he. Oh yeah.
All right, so 12. Okay. And this guy. Let's see. He's not slowed. He has been hit.
Which guy are we talking about?
The guy in the insect plague. This guy right here. Okay. Well, you did just damage him, so here we go, Vash. I was gonna do multi-attack on you. Is he blind, so he has disadvantage?
I think he's slowed.
This guy.
Is...
This guy's not. Oh, he's charmed. He's charmed. So.
And
He's charmed and slowed.
Oh yeah, he is. Sorry, I couldn't.
He is
see
charmed and slowed. Yeah.
So I don't.
Wait, could he have moved if he's within Spirit Guardians and slowed?
He could have
What's
moved
his
5
movement?
feet at least, right? Like,
So it
Oh.
doesn't stack. It's just whatever one has the worst affects him.
Oh,
As far as
okay.
difficult terrain goes.
It's only half.
But it's not difficult terrain. It's slow as half your speed.
Right. And
Yeah.
and this is. Oh yeah. So it would technically stack. That's true. Yep.
Yeah.
And this is also difficult terrain. The
he'd,
insect
With the
plague.
insect plague.
yeah. Okay. He'd still have 5 feet of movement, right? That's all he moves. Is 5 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he has 50 feet normally. It's like if you half it, it's 25. You half it again, that's 10. Rounding down.
Yeah, he could still move.
Yeah, you half it 3 times, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. Well, then he's
for
still at
that
5.
guy.
He'd still have 5. But that's all he could move. All right. Let's see if we can hit Vash with one attack.
Would it be disadvantage?
Is Insect Plague
Uh,
obscure?
I still don't know what the blue circle on Vash is, so I don't know what that
No,
is.
it's-
But no, it's just difficult terrain.
That one is Beguiled, isn't it?
Yeah, how does the
Right.
charm work?
The beguile.
It is
How does
beguiled, yeah.
Does that mean that he can't attack, or do we have to focus all on Melora? Because I'm confused. It just says
On a
Disadvantage.
fail-
It just says
oh,
to
yeah. He
perceive,
would
yeah.
he has disadvantage on perception checks made to perceive any creature other than the Nereid. Yeah, I guess he's not going to go after you. He doesn't see you.
Not that I want it to go after Melora, but...
But go after Melora. Like,
Melora's the tankiest guy, though.
Yeah.
Kind of,
Is
yeah.
she?
She's got like 130 HP.
Oh, you're right. I forgot about that.
And she's got a 19 AC. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
so he would miss. If
Not
he
too
went
shabby, Melora.
to attack her. And all right, so the guy who moved up, he's also glued to Melora, but he can't get to her right now. Okay, I guess he will make an attack with disadvantage at Odayn. Because he has disadvantage on perception checks to perceive anyone other than Melora. So you can't even,
Are you talking about this guy next? Okay.
yeah, he does have pack tactics though, so I guess it balances out. So straight roll. And is he slowed? No, he's not slowed. So that means he would get his full attack action. So 3 attacks, only 1 with tentacles. Or it can make an attack with tentacles and take the dodge action. Let's make the attack first. There we go. 27.
That's gonna hit.
All right, so you take 14 plus 10, so 24 damage. Of course, I need that con save. You're grappled. All right. DC 15, so you succeed. You see the teeth on the tentacle get ripped away as you like jerk your arm away from this thing, and there's just like worms crawling down your like the outside of your gloved hand. You just like scrape them off really quick. So you're grappled. So let me put that thingamabob. There we go. And let's go ahead and make 2 more attacks. Let's see here. Alright, is it advantage because you're grappled? Is that how it works? I mean, it's 23.
I think you only get advantage if they're restrained.
I think you're right. He can't really like pull you away. He doesn't have the move. Well, actually, he's not slowed, so he's only got half movement speed. Okay, so you succeed on that. You do take the 10 piercing damage, though. He's gonna bite you again with his other head. So the second mouth chomps at you, and he does not hit you with a 13. Now he does have 25 movement because he's only at half movement right now, right? And you are grappled. He's got half movement because of Spirit Guardians. There's nothing else that's affecting his movement, right? He's just got Beguile on him.
Is that
so
this one?
slow? So
Yeah.
slow still is an effect.
Yeah, but it's
Well,
not on this
both
one.
of his attacks.
This guy's
I'm just saying for the because I rolled for my concentration save.
Oh, okay.
And
Yeah,
then
so
I
it'd just
have
be Spirit
to-
Guardians.
And then I have to roll for Constitution saving throw again, right? For the last bite.
Yeah, did you roll concentration on the 24 damage one?
Yeah, I rolled an 18.
Oh, okay. I thought that was for the Constitution save for the flesh corruption the second
That was
time.
a 16.
Yeah, but you had to make 2 of them for flesh corruption. Because when he bit, it's the same thing. When he bit you.
Oh.
So I rolled the first 2 for the first bite. And then I rolled for advantage. I have Warcaster, so I rolled for concentration. And I have advantage for that. That's a 4 and a 20. And then I just rolled for the concentration or for the Constitution bite for the second one. Got
Okay.
a 14.
So then you have to roll for the concentration again?
No, I think he's saying he did, and he passed the
Oh, okay.
concentration check, but he failed the flesh corruption check. On that
Ferdy,
last-
am I close enough to you for your
You get +3.
Okay. So you got the flesh corruption this time. It took.
Wait, but I'm close enough to Seraphina though, to get the
Oh.
+3 from her
Oh,
paladin aura.
Aura of Protection. Make a saving throw. The creature gains a bonus equal to your charisma mod. Okay, so it's a 17, not a 14. So you do not fail. So you're fine. All right.
Yeah, sorry, I was just confused because there's a lot of Constitution saving.
There's a lot of stuff
There's a
going
lot.
on. There's a lot of things happening here. There's a lot of different effects. All right. So he is going to, now that he's got you grappled, he's going to drag you 25 feet away.
Okay.
Well, that's a bad day.
So he grabs a hold of him with both of his heads, bites in like on each shoulder, like the bite comes down like one on each side of your head, and he just
What's his speed?
it's 50 normally, but it's
Oh, okay.
halved because of Spirit's Guardians, so he only has 25. But actually, I think he wouldn't quite be able to move that far because he moved 5 feet to get there, so he'd only have 20. 5, 10.
No, he didn't move 5 feet. He was.
He went up. No, he went up.
Yeah,
'Cause he was like
he
here.
was
He
hanging
did
out.
go up.
Oh, okay.
He was
okay.
hanging out in the insect cloud, and I moved him out of it. So yeah, he'd only have 20 feet left.
Okay.
So he gets you to there. He pulls you out of the crazy copies of Avachai that look like a Grim Reaper and are killing everything. Okay. Okay, now this guy's turn. He is hexed, but now he's got free reign. So he's going to go for... Let me flip a coin. Let's see. Are we going to go for Avachai? Or are we going to go for Seraphina here?
You could also
Avachai.
technically go for a Melora, right? Because it has range.
I mean, he could. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's fair. I'll reroll. I'll add Melora there on the end. He still rolled
It's
a 1.
meant to be.
It's meant to be Avachai. So here it comes, Avachai, I guess. He's not slowed.
Is Seraphina close enough to do her interception thing? Do you still have that?
I do, but that's for damage, not for
Oh,
AC.
Right.
That's not protection.
So there's that. So here comes the tentacle attack on Avachai. That is a 14. Wait, no, he has advantage. And a 14 hits anyway. But he has advantage because pack tactics.
all right.
So 19 damage. And Avachai has to make that con save. Let's see here. Oh, he's not.
Con save for flesh corruption, and then con save for his spell.
Yep. And it would be 10 on the con save for the spell. Is that right?
Right.
Well, he crit that, but he fails the flesh corruption. Man, this is not looking good. A lot of you guys are getting sick.
Did this one? Did you already do all the Spirit Guardian damage for the ones that started their turn in it?
I did at the start of the Displacer Beast's turn.
Okay, just making sure.
And some of them saved. So, like, this one took damage.
Some of them take no damage. Yeah.
Yeah, and this one took damage. I think the rest of them saved. All right. So that guy now he's got 2 bites. He's gonna go at Avachai with these 2 bites here.
These things just come out of the dark, rip into us, and like start hauling people back into the dark.
Yeah,
That's great.
they're terrifying. Okay, so here comes. I'll just do both of the bites. They both hit.
Oh boy.
22 and a 20. So that's a total of 20 more damage. Avachai is looking pretty rough.
I'm gonna use for the last one. I'm gonna use my thing on the reaction.
Okay. Use your thing.
What was it?
10 damage. It was 10 piercing on that last hit.
Let me look for what it was called.
Interception?
Interception, yeah. 1d10 plus my proficiency.
All right. Roll it. I'll give him some HP back. What's your
And,
proficiency?
4, so
9. All right. He's looking a little bit better than he was. All right. So it hit him with both. He has to make 2 cons. Well, he's already flesh corrupted, so we'll skip that. He has to make 2 saves for
concentration.
spell. So I mean, unless he rolls bad, he's not great at concentration, but
He did roll bad.
he did. Yeah. So he drops Spirit Guardians.
Oh,
Whoops.
Okay.
Let me fix his aura. All right. And now this thing is going to drag him away. And this thing has his full movement speed. So, goodbye, Avachai. And he's the only one. Without him, you guys can't cure the flesh corruption. I just want to remind you guys of that. But that's the way it goes sometimes. Unless you know somebody else that knows remove curse. Let's see. We're going to pull him straight up, I think, and off the map. Now, Seraphina will get an opportunity attack.
no, I used my reaction.
Oh, that's right.
But Deer can.
This is
If it-
also. This is also.
So he only has half movement because when you're grappling a creature that's not 2 sizes or more smaller than you, you
Is
get
it-
half movement.
Is it 2? I thought it was 1 size smaller.
It's 2. I had to look it up because I wasn't sure. When you move, you can drag or carry the grappled creature with you. but your speed is halved unless the creature is 2 or more sizes smaller than you.
Okay. Okay, so he still has half movement, so he can't carry.
So I guess Odayn would be 10 feet closer too.
Yeah, because it should have been halved twice, right?
All right.
All right. So 25 feet for this guy.
They begin pulling them away.
5, 10, 15, 25.
Oh
Also,
boy.
yeah, things are starting to look kind of bad, guys. I don't know. Some of your friends are gonna be being dragged off to be eaten right now. So that's happening. Okay. Now this guy's turn. He is beguiled, so he sees only Melora. And as Faye flies up in the air, he's gonna attack Melora with his only thing he can do this round. Let's see if he hits. He does. From 10 feet away. Let me just make sure that he does have 10-foot range on that. He does, okay. So she takes 15. And has to make that con save. And she's kind of okay at them. Let's see. She saves. But she is grappled. And okay. And that's all it can do because it is slowed. That's the Displacer Beast's turn. Seraphina, that was a long round. Jeez. All right, Seraphina, you're up.
So confused who to help right now.
There's a lot of people that need help.
Right.
Probably Avachai.
I would kind of laugh if we all died to a hard encounter after all the deadly encounters.
Yeah, it's a freaking.
It would be pretty funny.
Alright. Free object interaction to grab the sword on my way to Avachai.
Yeah, do it.
And then, well, we're on that. Can Seer use disengage? No. Is that the thing? Disengage?
He
He
can't
doesn't
take an opportunity
need
attacks
to.
anyways.
Oh,
You're
okay.
fine.
I mean, if you want to disengage, though, just to waste your action.
I mean, wasn't this the one that's totally hurt?
He is the most wounded by far. Yeah.
Okay. Alright, never mind. I'll use dash with Seer. That's probably a thing. So we're gonna dash towards this guy while grabbing the sword. I'm gonna use my vow of. So since this attacked and didn't shift into something else, I don't have disadvantage on my attack, right?
Sorry, what's the question?
Because before, like, it used to have that
Displacement?
displacement ability.
So it's active until it's hit, I think. Let's see here.
And then it's inactive for a round.
Yeah.
Okay.
But they just had their turn, so it's active. They haven't been hit since the end of their turn, right? Because their turn just
Right.
ended.
Until the end of its next turn. Yep.
Okay. So that
So
would be the
Yeah, you would have disadvantage. Yeah.
Alright, as a bonus action, I will do Valve Enmity so I could have a straight roll,
All right.
and then I will hit him twice
Go
with
for it.
his last word.
Yeah. All right. That's a hit. Okay.
A lot of damage. Still alive, right?
He is still alive. He's pretty close. He's
So
pretty-
I'm gonna
yeah.
use my Divine Smite on that, on second level.
All right. Oh, just enough.
And that's okay.
Just enough to put him down.
Alright.
So how does
Seer-
this look when you kill this thing?
So I dash towards Avachai, and then I just like slice off the tentacle that was like pulling him. Oh no, it was his mouth, teeth. So I like chunk off his head so that he would remove Avachai from its mouth, and then we're gonna rush toward this group. Can I be? Because since Feya's up top like 40 feet high, can I be in the underneath?
Yeah, you can go underneath. No problem.
All right, and then I will attack this one,
This one here? Okay.
and that will just be a disadvantage because I don't have.
Alright. Slow might save the day here. It's disadvantage still hits. It's 27. Yeah. Okay. Quite a bit of damage there. 16. All right.
And I think that's it.
All right.
Bonus action. I forgot I have bonus action. Where are my bonus actions?
Isn't Vow of Enmity your
Oh yeah, that was it. Yeah, right.
bonus?
Correct.
Okay, so fun fact: when the smite burns through this one, you see the worms that come pouring out of the wounds you left on it, turning to like ash and stuff, just like sizzling. And all right, so you deal a fair amount of damage to this one too. That's your turn.
Yes.
All right.
And I get temporary hit points for killing this.
I think we just discovered another way to cure people of the worms. Just have Seraphina smite them.
Yeah.
That is the permanent cure. Absolutely. I see the tentacles in the chat. You guys. All right. Oh, here. So, okay, you got it. All right. And Vash, that makes it your turn.
Okay. That insect plague is not doing as much as I had hoped it would. Ishu disappeared. Has Ishu had a turn lately?
He hasn't had a turn since he went invisible.
Okay.
He goes after you in the turn order.
I think Vash is going to shake his head at the frankly crazy satyr and cast Scorching Ray.
All right. What are you targeting?
At...
The satyr?
Yeah, no.
I didn't take damage. I'm fine.
Let's cast that at 5th level.
Okay. Yeah, upcast it. It should let you do it on the spell, right?
Oh, it didn't. It did not.
Well,
So
let's read the description here. Let's see. When you cast a spell at 3rd level, you get 1 additional ray for each slot. So you get 2 additional rays. So 5 total, I think.
3. It's a 2nd level spell. So 6.
1. Oh, you get 3 extra ones. Okay, so yeah, it's 2nd level, and then you get 6.
And we're starting with this one right here.
Okay, so that one hits. Do you want to just roll all the attacks?
Also, I don't think I have advantage, so
I
don't know why it's rolling because I still
it
have
would
it on.
be-
Yep, I'll roll all the attacks.
Yeah,
So,
it would be disadvantage until they're hit, and then straight rolls.
so the first one hit, second, and then I guess let me know when they die.
Okay, yeah, you hit the first one. Go ahead and roll damage on the first.
Okay. I
Attack.
do get the extra 5 for that one.
All right, so 11. This one's got a good bit of health, man. Second attack does 7.
I don't get the 1, just the
Oh.
6. After that, I only get it once per turn.
Okay. All right.
And then I have to keep swapping screens to click this.
I mean, you can if you're gonna dump them all on this guy until he dies, you can go ahead and
Until he
dump-
dies.
Yeah, you can go ahead and
Yeah.
dump them all because it's probably not
Okay.
gonna.
So
15
does 15 hit?
15 does hit. It's just enough to hit.
They have -2 AC also.
Oh yeah, that's right. So yeah, it hits.
Okay.
It's another 12.
So that's 2, 3, 4,
Another hit.
5, 6.
Hit and hit. They all hit. So roll
Woohoo.
damage 3 more times.
Ignore the top box.
Oh, okay. I put 12 on that one. It should have been 9 then. Okay, so 8 plus 5 plus 6 is
19.
19. Okay.
Awesome damage.
He's bloodied now.
Jeez, these things have a lot of HP. Okay.
Wait, was that all
Um,
just for one?
That was
Yeah,
all
that
just
was
for one.
all on one
For
target.
this one?
Yeah.
Yeah, this one right here.
And he's still standing.
6
Oh, boy.
direct hits. Scorching Ray. He was almost at full health still. He had only been hit
It's-
like once, I think.
It's like my only spell that isn't a saving throw. So.
Good thinking.
And then Vash is gonna move. He doesn't know if these things can swipe at him, but he's getting the hell out of there. So
Yeah. Where are you moving?
let's head this way a little bit. And he's gonna kind of like call to Claes.
Okay, the only one they don't have
follow.
reactions because they're slowed,
Right.
so they can't take a swipe at you. All right,
I guess that's it.
all right. Ishu is invisible, and he will move, and then from right beside you, Vash. Let's see what he's gonna do here.
Go issue.
He's got some spells. Let's see. Can he go? No, he can't really go crazy because it'll hurt you guys too. Let's just. I mean, you know, you had a good thing with the Scorching Ray. I'm thinking maybe we keep that going. He's probably gonna do the most damage with that. He'll upcast it as well after watching you.
He likes to copy me.
Yeah. He'll upcast at level 5. You did level 5, right?
I did level 5, yeah.
All right. He'll do the same thing. And let's see. If there's anyone he should target in particular for any reason. This guy's obscured, right? He's in the cloud, so he's harder
He's
to hit.
lightly obscured. Yeah, so it would be disadvantage.
Okay. Let's see here. Claes really needs the most help, I think. He's going to target the same guy you did with all 6 until he kills him. So let's just go ahead and roll the attacks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He does have pack tactics. Ishu does. And the guy's already lost his bullshit. So 2 of those are crits.
Nice.
Wow.
So hit on the first one, hit. They all hit, and 2 of them crit.
Does pack tactics work?
It should.
I think it just says an attack. I don't think it specifies a melee attack.
On an attack roll against creature. That's what it says.
Yeah, should work though.
Yeah. And he still stays invisible too, because greater invisibility. So, first one. He doesn't do as much damage as you. Second one. Third. Whoop. Stop auto scrolling. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, so let's add this all up here. 5, 10, 16, 24, 29, 36 plus 16 is 52.
I think so. Also, I think he did more damage than me.
Well, he doesn't have as good. He doesn't have that bonus that you have. And he kills it. He finishes it off, just enough.
Hell yeah.
It is incinerated, and I think that
Nice.
all he's gonna do.
Nice shoot, Nishu.
What?
Does he show himself?
No, he stays.
No,
invisible.
He's greater invisible.
Yeah, you see,
Oh.
you see the streaks of light coming from right here when he casts the scorching ray. And that is his turn. Avachai.
Good job, Vash.
Yep. Hey, that wasn't. Let's see here.
What happens when you go invisible?
If I can't see it, it doesn't count. Sorry.
I didn't see who casted it.
Let's see. What is the range of this? Okay. He will run towards the danger.
Mass cure wounds.
Yeah. He's going to try to get as close to everyone as he can.
Sam, I forgot to tell you. When they ended their turns, you gotta do a wisdom saving throw for slow.
Right.
Oh, so a lot of those would have had extra attacks if they succeed. So 1, 2, 2 of them are slowed. 3 of them are slowed.
3. Yeah.
Okay.
That's at the end of their turn, though, right? So they still wouldn't have had the extra attacks.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But let's see. Only one of them succeeds.
The middle one.
This guy right here. That guy succeeds. And he would have had an attack of opportunity on Vash as he ran by.
This is true. Go for it.
Oh no.
Yeah. So you would have.
I'm not as squishy as I might seem.
All right. 21.
He doesn't have a good strength.
Yeah, that hits. Just
Alright,
barely.
So you would have only gotten to right there because you're grappled when he hits you.
Oh, okay.
And
so
it's
to
10 foot. 10
here, or I have to leave his thing, right?
Yeah, you
Right
have to get
there?
to the edge of his threat. Yeah, 10-foot reach.
Okay.
So it's only 1 square difference as far as the movement goes.
Yeah.
But you take the 25 damage, and I need that con save and a concentration check on the insect plague. Is that how it works?
Damn, it's 5 feet. Okay, so con saves. Con save for the
Flesh corruption. Yeah.
right first,
You
Nice.
Okay.
succeed on that.
and then I have Warcaster, so advantage on the other.
All right.
Concentration.
It's
I think
25.
Oh,
The-
so it'd be 12 or 13.
Either way, you save.
Yeah, beat it.
Yeah, either way, you're good.
Just barely.
It's close. It's close.
So 25 down. Oh, damn. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Wait, so you still have to do the concentration save on the insect plague?
Okay. I
Remember when we did
He did. He just did.
that battle? No, I remember when we did that one battle. You said that you didn't have to do concentration because it was from the rod or whatever.
That was a different. So insect plague does damage. The other one just masks me, and that one isn't
Oh, okay.
concentration. It's OP. I would use it, but it would blind all of you. So
Oh, well, right on. Let's see here. Now, where were we? Avachai. He's gonna run right back into danger here.
Wow, ballsy.
How
Yeah, it's good.
close? You're within 30 feet. And, okay. I just want to make sure you can heal all the people that really need it. We'll cast that there. And it is within 30 feet. If you're within 30 feet of him, you get 24 HP.
nice.
Nice.
And get all of us.
Yep.
Also
Bring
heals himself, right?
Yeah, it does.
Hope-
And so it hits everyone except Orilyn, but she's fine. She's like...
Orilyn hasn't taken any damage yet, so
She's been killing it this fight. She got away from these things when she had the chance. Alright, so he gets 24.
That's a big heal.
That's a pretty big heal. All right, and whoops, there we go. All right. Now was that a bonus action?
I think
no,
that's an
action.
action.
no, it's a full action. I think that's it. That's all he'll do.
So if they have corruption, can they be healed? Or they're not undead yet, right? They're just corrupted?
It takes time to work its way
Okay.
through.
Yeah.
Yeah,
remember-
like when Orilyn got corrupted, she had like a week before
Right.
she would have succumbed
Cheers.
fully.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
And we'll see how that progresses if we can't get everyone healed. We'll see. All right. So that's Avachai's turn. Odayn, you're up.
Odayn's probably just gonna swipe at the one who's trying to drag him away. I'm assuming that's a disadvantage though.
It would be with disadvantage, yeah, because his displacement's reactivated since then. 14 does not hit. That does.
Does it hit?
Yeah,
I'm going to blade flourish that as well.
all right.
So I'm gonna roll a d8, see how much extra damage I do. 4, and then I'm gonna roll for the damage, which is 9 damage.
So 13 total.
So 13, and I increased my AC by 4.
Right on. That puts you at 22.
Yep.
All right.
And I think that's gonna end my turn. He's just gonna try to struggle out of it, but I don't think it takes an action because he's restrained, can't move.
Yeah, you're grappled. So you're just fighting. You're not restrained. It's a.
Oh, I'm grappled,
Yeah.
but I still have 0 movement, right?
Right.
I
Right.
still can't move.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like struggling to get out. He's like smacking at it while he's like being dragged away.
Yeah. Right on. And Claes.
Claes is going to use his bonus actually, wait, is the displacement thing active on this one?
I don't think anyone's hit it
Yeah.
since.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be still active.
How about on this one over here?
I hit it.
This
You hit it?
one was it this? It was since their last turn. So yeah, that one is not dodgy right now.
Okay, I'll use my bonus action to steady aim, and then I'll draw back my bowstring and shoot an arrow with advantage
All right.
for a 10.
Oh Jesus Almighty!
He's not proficient on it, too.
Oh no. So you miss.
Sad.
And then he kind of looks off to the side like, huh, who shot that arrow?
He's gonna
And
glitch to right there with his shifting step when you miss.
displacement's not active. Can't.
Oh yeah, okay. I didn't see that it had to have a displacement. That's my bad.
And that's my turn, I guess. He was too distracted looking at Melora. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you should have had disadvantage from Melora anyway. That's fine. You still would have missed.
Straight roll.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's your turn. All right.
Wow, Melora really screwed you up. You can't even get advantage for her sneak attack.
Okay. Well, Orilyn.
All right, so Orilyn is gonna bonus action move her hex onto this one that's dragging Odayn.
All right.
And then she's gonna Eldritch Blast there's the first one.
Okay.
It has its thing, doesn't it? Oh no, I guess I didn't hit it.
And it also takes hex damage. And then here's for the second blast.
Hits.
Okay. And there's for the hex damage on that.
So 20. It's looking bloodied.
33
Excellent.
damage, not bad.
Yeah.
And that's all she can do, because it was a bonus to move the hex.
Right on. All right. Melora. Let's see here. Okay. All right. She's gonna charge past Avachai. Over here. Let me just make sure she has the movement to do it. She should be fine. 20 feet. Yeah, I think she'll be fine. Yeah. She does take an attack of opportunity from the guy that's in the cloud, but lightly obscured.
He's slowed.
Yeah.
He's slowed
Oh,
still.
he's slowed still.
It does.
I can't see him.
It also
because of
does
Avachai.
Yeah.
She's
Oh,
yeah.
technically still within 10 feet of it
Range. Yeah.
the whole
technically.
time.
Oh.
It doesn't matter. It's slowed.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And she's just gonna start pummeling on this thing that Odayn's fighting. So let's make a couple attacks. She gets 2 attacks.
Watery Fists of Fury.
And it's a hit and a hit
Nice.
for 13 more damage. And does she have any other special bullshit she can do?
You're doing a really good job, Melora. You're so cool.
Is that sarcasm?
No, because he's charmed by her,
Oh yeah,
by
I
her
keep
beguile.
keep forgetting about that. Let's see. I'm just looking if she has any bonus action stuff that she's unlocked yet.
I keep forgetting that you made her like a monk. And so every time she does monk things, I'm surprised. And then I remember, oh yeah.
She's kind of a mixture of some different things.
Yeah.
But yeah, the monk thing I thought was a good idea because she has like great stats for a monk. But so it's like a last minute kind of thing. Okay. All right, that's her turn. Displacer beasts get to go. And they don't take damage at the start of their turn this time, so that's nice. This guy, he's slowed, so he can't really go anywhere. I guess he'll just go at Seraphina with disadvantage because he is still beguiled. So there's one of those. 18.
No.
Okay. Then this guy is going to make a grab at Claes here. He does have his full action, right? Yeah, he does. So, 1 tentacle. Oh, crit 1.
He can't do the tentacles because I'm already grappled.
Oh, that's right. Oh. Well, in
It changes the attack.
that case, since you're grappled,
Yeah.
I'm not going to attack Claes then. Because he's already got you grappled. He's got a meal right here that he's already caught. So, I guess he'll just move over here and chomp on you.
I'll take an attack of opportunity at it.
Yeah, go for it.
Let
Bring
me
it on,
pull
you
the
overgrown
damage.
puppy.
That hits.
Disadvantage though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But you can't see Melora, can't you? She's
Uh,
hidden behind the plague of
was-
insects.
That's correct.
Displacement.
Yeah, displacement.
Displacement. Yeah.
Um,
14
Oh.
hit.
Okay,
Most of them.
14 misses, unfortunately.
Dinger.
But you get the hit with the 22. Roll damage.
Disadvantage.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
that's-
Oh,
that's-
yeah. Okay, I was thinking-
I forgot to roll with disadvantage.
All right. All right. Well, he can't. Let's see here.
It's fine. It's the thought that counts.
Yeah. So he does. He does get the tentacle attack on you, Vash, but we'll keep the same roll. So it is a 1.
Oh, so he just gets to use the tentacles once they're attached, kind of thing.
Yeah. So it can't use
Okay.
its tentacles on another target, but it can use it on the same one.
Does he
okay.
bite his tongue?
Yeah. Like, I don't know what's a good thing to happen here. Like, I could just have him go prone, but you just stand right back up.
He loses his grip with his
Maybe
tentacle.
he loses his grip.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, he loses his grip when he goes for the first.
He meant to squeeze, but instead he let go.
Yeah.
Vash goes arms straight up, tries to do the linguini thing, and just slips out.
Yeah, there you go. And then the 2 bites come in. And 15.
Okay, before he does his second bite, I'm going to do a thing. Where's it at? That one. Oh,
Also,
it didn't
thanks
work
for the cheers, Unrooted. Sorry. Wrath of the Storm. All right.
Dex
So,
save. He'll probably make it, but we're gonna try.
yeah, absolutely. All right. There's the Dex save. That's a 19.
Yeah, he makes it.
So he takes no damage.
No damage. Yeah.
Oh wow.
So a thunderclap erupts, but it doesn't seem to bug him.
Yep. He's got that feral look in his eyes. It just doesn't scare him or anything. He doesn't even react to it. Yeah, you take 8 piercing. I need that con save for the flesh, and then a con save for the insects.
Normal con save for flesh. Advantage for the other.
Ooh.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you failed both.
Wait. It was only 8 damage, so I should be able to maintain concentration.
Is
Well,
at least.
It's 10.
Oh
isn't it?
yeah, it's 10. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Okay, so you maintain
Yeah.
concentration, but you got the flesh poisoning now.
Right.
Oh
Yay.
no.
Welcome to the flesh.
Joining the
Everybody's half
like-
the party is gonna be corrupted by the end of it, or half the party is corrupted.
They are, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. Seraphina's fine. Claes is he's infected.
Oh, man, that means we have to keep Avachai alive.
Ishu is fine. Odayn's still good, and Orilyn is still good. So 4
It's just Abachai, Claes, and Vash.
yeah, 3
Yeah.
out of
Yeah.
7. It's worse than dysentery.
I think he has one more bite, right?
He does. No, that was both.
Oh no, you did.
That was
Okay,
just-
so
yeah.
7. So I
Goodness.
didn't roll for the second one then.
The first one hit you with the 15.
Oh, no, sorry, my bad.
Okay.
I thought I was squishy for some reason.
All right. So that's that guy's turn. We did the. Is that the only one that we've done so far?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
This one tried to attack me too,
He did it.
but it missed.
Okay. So it's just these 2. All right. So this guy can only move 5 feet because he's slowed, right?
This guy is focused on Melora.
Oh, that's
Well,
right.
it can move 5 feet because it's slowed.
Right.
Oh, because the thing.
Oh, sorry. It's half and then
It can
half
move
again.
10 feet because of that's also difficult terrain.
5,
There we go.
10. So he can move out of the insect cloud.
Yeah.
Okay, but he is still slowed, but he's going for Melora. He does have advantage because of pack tactics.
Oh wow.
Their special abilities make these things deadly.
Right.
All right, so he only gets 1 attack though. So
Yep.
A 15 misses. All right, so he doesn't hit her. That's his turn.
Seraphina, wait, does Seraphina get an opportunity attack?
Did it move away from me?
Wasn't it right here?
Oh, it was right here.
It
Okay.
was right there, yeah.
Yeah, I'll attack.
Alright. Go for it.
With disadvantage? Or advantage? No, normal.
No, it'd be disadvantage
It's disadvantage, yeah.
because it hasn't been hit yet. So as its cloak.
But he has a
Okay.
he has a -2 AC, so it's only a 13 AC. Oh,
Ooh,
Damn it.
Alright.
You know what? Wait. How much was the AC?
13.
13.
I'll use my.
Yeah. Alright. Divine power guard. Fail a saving throw or miss with an attack. You can
Nice.
2d4 and add it to the total. Alright.
Go.
Just don't roll 2 ones. Alright, you rolled
Nice.
just enough to make it connect. So roll damage.
Okay. This one is. Oh, I just have to cost.
Ooh, 19. Alright. And, okay. Now, this guy's bloodied over here. And that's it. That's all of them that are bloodied, that are still alive. Okay. Now, we did this guy's turn, so now we gotta do this guy's turn. Now, Melora's here, so he can attack Melora freely.
With 3 attacks.
Yeah, because he's not.
Oh shit.
He's not slowed. Alright, so here's.
They can't use a tentacle. They can't use a tentacle.
Oh, because it's got
Did
you.
you?
Yeah, yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Oh man, but I crit on that one. Alright.
Technically, he can use the tentacle on Odayn.
Melora.
Use
Oh,
the
yeah.
bites on Melora.
Yeah, I could use the tentacle on Odayn, but it would be disadvantage, so I wouldn't get the crit.
Right.
It's gonna be 15.
So it'd be 15 damage. Odayn, roll a Constitution save for the flesh.
I'm going to use shield.
Okay.
Reaction.
So it misses.
Yeah.
Yeah, because your AC was already at 22, right?
So now it's at 27.
Right on. Okay. So they got to roll a 19 to hit you. 19 or 20. And the next 2 attacks are going to go on Melora with the bites. And that is a hit. They do have advantage, so they both hit. Okay, wait. He would have advantage because of pack tactics. Disadvantage because he was targeting you instead of Melora.
Straight rolls.
So straight roll
So
would
it's
still put that at a
rolls.
crit. So another 9 damage on top of what you just took. Oh yeah, it missed. It
Nope.
missed. It doesn't
He
matter.
missed.
Yeah, sorry.
Well, no, because if it's a crit, then shield won't save him anyways.
That's true. So don't waste your shield because that crit would
Okay.
hit you. So
So I won't waste my shield.
take your spell back, and then take all the damage. The 13.
Well,
Take all the
okay.
damage.
But I have
24.
an adamantine breastplate, so I can't get critted on.
Oh, what is it? You just take the
It just-
regular damage.
Yeah.
All right.
Turns crits into non-crits.
All right. So you just take the 15, and I need that con save.
With advantage, because Warcaster.
Do you have Warcaster?
I do have Warcaster, yes.
All right, you have advantage on it then. And then I need you to roll concentration for slow.
Wait. Isn't that what the
He's already corrupted. Does
Yeah,
he need
he's-
to roll for a guy?
I was not corrupted, no.
No, he's not.
Oh, you're not.
He's not
Okay.
corrupted. So you succeed on the corruption because you have advantage. And then I need a
Well, no.
concentration.
Warcaster only applies to concentration.
Concentration. Right.
Yeah.
So for the
Oh.
2, he's corrupted now.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, he is corrupted because he wouldn't get advantage on that save. Yeah, yeah. My bad.
But I think you get your concentration either way, at
He
least.
does get the concentration, yeah. All right.
Everyone's
So,
corrupted now.
Now most of the party is corrupted.
Did you do
officially.
Melora's? Did you?
Okay, I didn't.
Damage already?
So both of those hit her. So total of 18 damage, and she needs to make 2 con saves.
Can she be corrupted? Ooh.
I guess we'll
You
find out.
know. Nice.
So she doesn't have advantage.
No.
Oh.
She had to make it. She had to make the save twice. She fails on the first one.
Nice.
So she is corrupted by the flesh. You guys are not looking so hot right now.
No, not at all.
That is all the displacer beasts' turns, though.
Now they can roll for slow if they could get away from.
Right.
All right. So 2 of them are slowed still. So it's
3.
No, it's just 2, right? This
Bottom.
guy.
Oh, that one's dead. Never mind.
Wisdom, right? For slow?
Yep.
Wisdom.
It's a fail and a fail. Okay. That's their turn. Their displacement is back up, and it is your turn, Seraphina.
All right, I'm gonna attack this one right next to me.
This guy?
Yeah.
Alright.
Oh, it's with disadvantage.
Yep.
You're back. Okay.
That's
Okay.
a hit.
That
Okay.
one didn't have a turn, did it? I don't think it moved or attacked.
It was the first one that
Yeah.
did an attack, but it missed.
Yeah, it went
Oh.
after Seraphina and missed. It only had 1 attack roll because it's slow.
Okay.
Right.
13. All right.
Now I'll attack it again.
And 15 hits. But it's disadvantage.
But I hit it already.
Oh,
Wouldn't
yeah,
it be
yeah,
a
yeah.
straight roll?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. So another 20. All right, it's
And
bloody.
I'm gonna use a thing with that attack. First level.
Save some
Divine
points
Smite.
for us. We're gonna need them.
And
All right. Smite. It's another 10. All right.
I'll move closer towards this group.
Okay.
Alright. That ends my turn.
Yeah, you see the 2 beasts that have surrounded Melora and Odayn. They're just sending tentacles in and at him, and they're biting at him, and it's just a mess. You got them surrounded. They're just picking them apart now, kind of. I mean, it's not really doing a great job of picking them apart. But all right, that's your turn. Vash, you're up. You're no longer
Alrighty.
grappled.
Yep. There's that. Just infected.
Sure, it's fine.
I feel like my options are limited. This thing now has its displacement again, right?
It does.
Or has it been hit since it hasn't? Oops.
No,
hasn't.
it hasn't been hit yet. The only one that's been hit is this one.
Well, crap.
Let me go ahead and mark it with. We'll put a purple dot on it for whatever reason. I don't know why, but just for the displacement is gone.
These things don't look undead, do they? They just look corrupted.
Yeah, they're just flesh corrupted. They're not undead. I think we went over that last session.
Right.
I don't have a lot of options here. Okay. I will just cast Scorching Ray again. This time at 2nd level.
If you're doing it on this one, they have. Well, it has disadvantage anyway. Is displacement.
Right. So it doesn't matter. All right. Where's my disadvantage button? So first hit on it, and then I think I'm gonna spread them out.
Okay. Oh,
Nice.
oh shit!
Double 20.
What?
Yeah, that works too.
Ding, ding.
Somebody will have to clip that. The 2 disadvantage
Wow.
doesn't mean shit to Vash.
The 1 in 400.
Get
All right.
back.
Yeah, there we go, Unrooted. Thanks, man.
I
alright.
don't get the extra 5 in the top box. I don't know
Okay,
why
so
it's
you
doing
just
that.
get the 6 plus 7 plus 5, so 18.
Right.
All right.
And its cloak goes away. Hopefully that'll help someone. And then I'm going to shoot this one. Does that one have a cloak?
So these both now have no cloak on.
Oh, okay. So this one still has it. I will hit this one then for the next hit. Oh, well, try.
Yeah, smart play. Smart play. Take all
Vash
the-
has noticed.
Okay, 15 is just enough to hit.
Okay.
It is
No
13
eights.
AC because of -2 to slow.
Oh, yeah,
Yep.
you're right.
Just the 10.
Okay, 10.
And then I don't think I have sightline on this one really past everybody. Well-
If you can draw a line, do snap to corner, and then
Yeah. All right. I'll try it.
yeah, you could hit it. Yeah.
Jesus.
Awesome.
That really worked out pretty well. I thought I'd hit one of these, not all 3. For 4 damage is all, but they all have the cloaks gone.
Yep.
And then I am going to. I should run.
I thought you were restrained.
no,
I'm not. He
No.
instantly let go.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I linguinied. I will stay because I know Ishu is close by.
All right. Ishu's turn. Let's see what Ishu's gonna do here. Oh.
Keep blasting them, Ishu.
Let's see here. That's not a great strategy for him to take, so I'm not going to do that. But it would be cool. But it might not do anything. So, Does have the thing. So he does have pack tactics. And let's see here.
He'd have advantage on pretty much all of them except for that one.
He'd have advantage on that one too.
I think everything he has advantage because he's invisible, isn't he?
He is invisible, yeah. I guess if
Is that how that works?
I don't think it really works that way.
Oh, no.
Let's see. Let's link.
I actually don't know, to be honest.
I don't think just being invisible gives you advantage, does it?
I think that's only if you're a rogue.
Yeah.
Oh, only for rogues. Okay.
Condition
Yeah.
invisible.
Okay.
Yeah, no, all of his attack rolls have advantage. Attack rolls against the creature have disadvantage, and the creature's attack rolls have advantage.
Okay.
Good to know.
Nice.
All right.
Go invisible.
Let's
Well,
see.
peace
here.
Ow.
It's tempting to just do some crazy stuff, but I don't want to hurt anybody else with like you know,
Fireballs.
fireball. Yeah. I mean, his fire bolt does a lot of damage, but he can only do it once, right? Yeah.
Firebolt.
Yeah. His
He would
fire.
have.
He has potent.
Isn't
cantrips.
Firebolt a cantrip?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
But his does a lot of damage because he has potent cantrips.
I
But we'll-
think the firebolt would be better than fireball anyways because of the fact that it's saving throw stuff they
Avoidance.
would take. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about
Whereas
doing
the
Scorching
other-
Ray again instead.
Scorching Ray.
Yeah.
Mm.
Scorching ray.
I think we'll just target this one by Wolf and Claes.
He has advantage on all of them now, so yeah. Attack
Well-
rolls.
Oh, or should we target the one that's weakest? Like, okay, we'll do the one by Wolf. I guess that's fair. You did.
Would
I
he
don't
know
care.
which one is weakest?
Not really.
Right.
All right. So Scorching Ray. Let's do it at second level.
Everything hits.
They all hit. Yeah.
Nice, nice, nice.
So 18, 22.
22.
All right, he's definitely bloodied now. And
Oh, now he's bloody.
yeah, he had like a good bit of health there still.
Okay.
They're all bloodied though, at least bloodied. All right, and I think that's Ishu's turn. Avachai. Let's see here. Gotta save some of this stuff because we're gonna need it here in a minute.
You should run away.
While they're still slowed.
Yeah, he's in the middle of 2 displacer beasts.
That's true, yeah.
He ran down, he healed, now he should flee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or at least reposition himself. Not flee exactly. But...
I'm gonna get rid of the insect cloud or plague, by the way, because it's not doing anything. So I'm gonna drop concentration
Okay.
so that people can see now.
Yeah, and they don't have to worry about running through that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Avachai can scoot down to here and kind of get it out of the way a bit. So in case this guy rushes him or something. These two are busy right now. This one's kind of busy. This one doesn't have anything to do right now because his target left.
He's beguiled.
He is. So we know where he's headed. And let's see here, Avachai. What do you got, man? Okay. Don't want to waste those spell slots right now.
He can heal his corruption.
Not
That
by
takes.
not by
Yeah, it takes 2
himself.
spells.
Yeah. Ugh. Is anybody particularly hurt? Not really. Everybody's kind of
No.
He could. Does he have guiding bolt?
fine. He does.
He could guiding bolt, and then whoever attacks him once their cloak is back on will still have a straight roll.
Yeah. All right.
Assuming he hits.
I'm guiding bolt this guy. That'll hit.
Nice. Yeah.
Okay. 12. And the next attack on this one has advantage. I will put a target on him. Okay. That's Avachai's turn. Odayn?
Odayn's gonna smack that one.
This one here? Alright.
Yeah, he's not. Yeah, so he's gonna attack this one with advantage.
So straight roll.
I thought that advantage because of
You're beguiled.
straight roll.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, hits.
19 still.
Alright.
10 damage.
10, okay.
Plus 1d8.
Another
Plus
5.
5.
Alright.
And then I'm gonna attack the one grappling me. But before that, I'm gonna use my bonus action to curse it.
The one grappling you?
The one grappling me, so it's gonna be disadvantage.
Okay.
Hopefully this is.
Put yellow on him.
Nope.
Does not. So does the curse still hit him?
No, I have to hit it.
Alright. Alright. So you miss on that swing. What else you got?
That's it. Action and bonus action.
Alright. Claes. What are you doing?
This is going to step forward and take a swing at the displacer beast with disadvantage.
That's a good question. Does Beguile automatically end once line of sight is broken?
It would, yeah.
Yeah, I thought it. Yeah,
Okay, so I don't have it. So
Yeah.
shouldn't I have hit it last turn then? On my reaction?
Was that the 22?
Yeah.
Yeah, roll it. Roll it damage now.
Okay. I didn't have sneak on that, but it was just normal damage. Let me take sneak off. I have to roll a new one because I had sneak on it on accident, I think.
Okay.
So this is not for actual rolling, but
13?
yeah, 13.
All right, so now you can take your regular turn.
Okay. I will roll with sneak because there's an ally within 5 feet of him.
All right.
Disadvantage though.
Oh, shit.
Oh God, come on.
Boy.
Good thing Vash is not right next to him.
Yeah, I mean, what can he really do?
Yeah.
Drop his rapier?
Drop my rapier, stab myself.
Stab yourself in the toe.
Roll. It's just a normal rapier, right?
Yeah.
Roll a d20. Don't roll below a 10. Don't roll a 10 or lower.
Oh no, it's gonna break.
Okay. It
15.
doesn't. It doesn't break. I was picturing like because rapiers are like the fencing sword, so I was picturing it bending until it
Bends
just
and
like
snaps.
Yeah. All right. So roll me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, D8, and we'll start with the top square as 1. Go clockwise. 1, 2, 3.
Two,
Okay. And
3.
now, so it's gonna go flying to the right. Now roll me a D5 for how many squares.
Oh Jesus.
It's a pretty light little weapon. What did you roll? I can't see it.
3.
3. Okay. It lands right by Vash. Okay.
Hey, watch it.
Second here. And we'll just use this thing.
This has not been Claes' fight.
No. Have you hit anything yet?
No.
The first rapier.
I somehow blew something up point blank. Wait, yeah, there was the one swing on opportunity attack.
Oh, okay.
I somehow blew up a grenade holding it in my hand and didn't damage myself or anyone around.
While they were
I'd
slow,
say
no less.
it is.
Everyone was slow, and you're just like, huh.
Yep. That happened. All right. Is that your turn?
Yep.
All right. Let me get rid of this stone for now until we use it again. All right. Orilyn.
Okay. Orlan's just gonna blast the one that she's been blasting with Eldritch Blast.
It's a hit. For 13. Another hit. For 2. Plus hex, right?
Oh, whoops! Sorry, I rolled the hex. I didn't roll the
Oh, okay.
other.
Another 13.
And I think I could do something as a bonus action. And
The psychic hex thing, right?
yeah, looks like it would only affect it, but I'm gonna do it anyways. So it takes an additional 5 damage.
It had 1 HP left. It dies.
Nice.
Okay then.
That's enough. So he lost his grapple to Melora or to Odayn?
Odayn, I think it was.
That would be Odayn.
Yeah.
And
It was like this.
Oh yeah.
since that was my bonus action, that's all I can do.
You should
I'm
get
not
your
gonna
second attack, shouldn't you?
She did
Would you
2
do both?
attacks.
And that was my
Oh, okay.
yeah.
I didn't see
But
the second one.
Fea is gonna move 60 feet, so it's hovering near me, or
Alright.
like still 40 feet up, but 60 feet.
Yeah. I gotcha. All
And
right.
that's it.
Alrighty. Melora's turn. well, she's gonna start beating down on this one next to you guys here. She does have advantage on the first swing. So here's that. And that's a hit. And the second swing is also a hit. For 18 damage. And this one's looking pretty rough. And that is her turn. Displacer Beast's turn.
Oh, Vash is asking if we could do a break before their turn.
Yeah, that's a good idea. It's good break time. So let's take our mid-show break. You guys, get your drinks, cool off. You know, I mean, you guys are doing okay. I don't think you guys are gonna die. I think you'll be able to finish this fight relatively clean. The problem is everyone's infected now. All right. And so,
Yeah. All of you guys should have gotten the same periapt that Orilyn got.
Why would I get that when I could get mayonnaise?
Exactly.
Infinite.
Not even a
mayonnaise.
hard choice.
I can probably get enough mayonnaise that we could, I don't
Die
know,
happy.
make some sandwiches or something.
Tie on a full stomach.
All right. Well, on that note, hey guys, let's go make some mayonnaise sandwiches for break.
There you go.
We'll be back in a few minutes. All right. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Unrooted. Be back in
All right.
just a couple minutes. All right. Let's see if these guys.
With wall force.
Hey guys, what's going on, guys?
We're talking about how it's weird that you can't like counterspell through a wall of force, but sickening radiance goes through it.
Okay. These guys are always like figuring out all the things, especially Tim.
Actually, it was all Tim's idea. We're just discussing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other idea was barbarian blunder.
Okay.
You just put a barbarian inside of a wall of force with everything that it's trying to fight.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, hey, Wolf's back.
I am back.
I was worried something happened to you for a moment there.
It was. Don't we usually do 10-minute breaks?
Yeah, yeah, I guess. Sometimes I come back early.
Oh, okay. I was
You're
like,
good.
shit.
You're good. I was just worried like you lost internet connection on break or something.
No, I had to walk away for a minute.
Alrighty. All right. So, I guess let's get back into it here. Let me see if there's some other fight music I can queue up. Let's see here. Should be pretty good here. All right. And we'll go to the right screen. All right. Let's get back into it, I guess. It is Displacer Beast's turn, yeah?
Yeah.
Yep, bring on the pain.
All right. You did ask for it. I'll tell you what. We'll flip a coin here. 1 Claes, 2 it's Vash.
Okay.
Is it gonna... Okay, there we go. All right. Well, you know, I did leave it up to the gods, so... All right, he does get it. He does get all of his bullshit attacks. So that's multi-attack that gives in 3 attacks, 1 of which can be a tentacle. Here comes the tentacle first. Oh, an 11 misses.
Miss.
All right, good. That's his big powerful attack. So here comes the 2 bites. It's an 18.
18 misses. Hold on, my thing won't scroll up. No, that just hits.
All right. So you take 11 piercing, and you're already infected, right?
I'm already infected. I'm gonna try that once more.
Okay. Dex save, right?
We'll do lightning this time.
And he succeeds.
Yeah.
What's the DC?
It'd be 17.
Yeah, it's just your spell
Oh,
save,
so Wait, I think like they have disadvantage with slow. Oh, it's not slow. Never mind.
Yeah, it's not slowed.
It's minus -2 if it's slowed, but it's not slowed.
But it's not
Yeah.
slow.
All right. All right. So 2 bites. No, the first one hit. You took 11, right? You're already infected. So here comes the second one. 12 misses.
Misses.
Now they can't roll for shit. All right. Okay. That's his turn. His displacement is back up. This guy up here is by himself. He does want to go for Melora. He has the thing. So can he get there? He is slowed, so he can only go 5 feet, right? No, it's half move.
No, half. Half is movement.
25.
Let's see how far he can get.
Yeah, it could reach.
Right within reach. Yeah.
Yeah, you can also just go here, like over here too, next
True.
to Seraphina.
He could hit from there.
He'd be closer. Yeah, that makes sense for him to go that way. Okay. Yeah. All right. So tentacle attack on Melora. He only gets 1 attack because he is slow. 20. A 20 is 1 more than her AC. So she takes 21. And she's already infected. And she is grappled? She's already grappled. She's grappled again. She's double grappled. They're fighting over her now. That is how strong her beguile is.
That actually checks out.
All right. Okay. That's his turn. His displacement comes back up. Now the last guy's turn. And of course he's going to go at Melora. Because, you do. So tentacle attack. And that's a 27. That'll hit. And it's not a crit, so it's 19 damage.
I will use my thing to
Okay.
reduce the damage.
Alright.
Inner self.
Roll your thingamabob.
10
And it's +4, right?
plus 4.
10, so she takes 9 damage. And again is grappled. Still. Okay. That is the Displacer Beast's turn. Their turn's getting shorter, guys, when they're half.
Roll for slow.
Oh, yeah, I gotta take his thing off, too. So, is it just one of them that's slow? No, it's 2. So, 2 wisdom saves. It's a fail and a fail.
Both
These guys
fail.
just can't shake it. They can't do it.
That's good.
Yep. All right. Seraphina, you're up.
Right. I'm gonna attack the one that was guiding bolt. Like the guiding bolt.
Yeah, okay.
So straight roll for that one.
Melora already hit it, so the advantage is gone. Right? That's how it works. Or is it until the next
Till
turn?
the end of next turn.
Let's
So
see.
guiding bolt is just the next attack gets advantage.
Oh,
If that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, yep. Just next attack. So it is no
Okay.
longer there.
But
all
you don't
right.
have
So
disadvantage because its thing is gone.
It has
they
displacement.
have the displacement.
Yeah, they just went. So displacement just reset.
Oh, she hit it before their turn. Oh, darn
Yeah.
it. Melora?
She can't help the turn order.
All right.
Okay.
Another one.
All right. It's an 11
I think
misses.
it's another one. Not enough. Okay.
Yep. Even with
think you
their
need a
slow,
13.
it's 13 with slow.
Yeah. Oh, no.
So yeah,
Well, then
miss. Whew, whew. 2 big misses. They're just too. They're not even. They're too busy fighting. Maybe they're like moving around and kind of trying to pull pull her away from the other one, and so yeah, it just throws your aim off.
Orilyn's just glad she doesn't have to go and grab the sword and throw it back at her.
Yeah, that's a good point.
All right. That's it for my turn.
All right. All right. Vash.
Oi, Claes, do you need this?
Oh yeah, your rapier.
It's the sword, right? Is he
It's the
pointing at
rapier.
her, or is he trying to like pick it
I'm
up
like,
and
I'm
toss
like gesturing at it before I do anything.
Claes is like, yes. I only have the one with me.
I will.
He just looks tired.
I will quickly scoop down and grab it, and then with the staff up, kind of do a small roll to the side. And well, I'll just go here and drop it. So I drop it here. I'm
Yeah.
not handing it to him.
Doesn't cost you anything to do that.
That's right. And then I'll take my actual turn. This is really not working out for me.
So where you got bit by this thing, Vash, it burns.
Okay. Okay.
Where do you
have a-
think it got you? I'm just curious. Like where it infected you.
It was from the tentacles or from a bite?
I don't recall. It might have been from the tentacles.
I think it was a bite. If it was a bite, probably just like my arm somewhere.
Okay. That's fine. It can just be like your arm.
I'm just curious. I'm gonna whisper you something.
Okay. Yeah, I thought you might. Whoa! Keyboard solo over here. Okay.
I'm not sure if you remember that, but
Yeah, I remember what you're talking about.
okay. I'm just gonna. This thing's been hit. No, it hasn't been hit. Damn it!
Did you see what my response?
I have not yet. No.
Oh, it should have whispered it to you in Roll20. Here, I'll just send it. It's fine. It showed up on the stream. I said absolutely. I will.
Oh, okay.
I will send you stuff on Discord from now on if I have to keep it absolutely private.
No, I don't mind. I'm gonna do something I don't normally do. I'm going to shift into a. I believe I can turn into a brown bear now. I have to check the CR on it.
Okay.
Whichever one is the stronger bear.
Yeah.
Challenge rating 1. Yeah, brown bear. I think that's the right one.
Kind of bear is the best kind of bear.
All right. Let's see
False.
here.
Black bear.
Objectively.
Do we have a Druid Shifts folder for you? I thought we did.
Brown
but-
bear. We do, but that one's not in it, of course.
Okay, well, it's fine. We'll make you one now. I have bears, so I mean, you
I
can't.
don't think I can do
you can't not
challenge
have
rating
bears
2 yet.
You know. Well, I thought I had bears. What the?
I haven't used this in so. Actually, I haven't ever. I think I've only turned into an
Oh.
animal once. So
I have bear. I just looked up
Uh.
bears instead of bear. That was the problem. All right. So
Maybe.
here's bear. Is it large bear? It's probably
Sorry,
large,
okay.
right?
just making sure I can actually do this. I can do this. Cool. Yeah, it's a large bear.
All right. And I'm gonna give you control of this.
And I need to
Claes is terrified.
All right.
He has no idea what just happened.
And
Be
so
afraid. Be
you have-
very afraid.
you should have control of that token now. You can do whatever you want with it.
Okay, I just gotta look and see what type of attacks the brown bear has.
Just let me know if I didn't set it right for some reason.
Loading really slow. Multi-attack, +6 to hit. Okay.
Claes looks like a deer in the headlights. Like he's not sure if he should go for his sword and try to swing at the bear.
Have you
Or
ever
just
seen,
run
Cannot
for it.
attack.
have you ever seen like a massive Kodiak bear? 'Cause I imagine here, I'll put you on the DM layer. Vash.
Nope, I'm blind.
Oh, you're blind. All right.
Same here.
Let's not. Do...
I'm blind too for some reason.
Yeah, because I had the light.
Oh.
Okay. we'll leave
That's
you-
what the blue circle was. I had light out. Figured it out. Only took 2.5 hours.
All right, it's fine. We'll just leave you there. But the light would go out. Is the thing. I need to give you vision
Yeah.
through the.
Can I drop the lantern and then shift? Would I be smart enough to do that?
Yeah, you'd be smart enough to do that.
Okay.
What kind of lantern is it?
It's a magically enchanted
Okay.
hooded lantern.
All right, good.
So it shouldn't like go out.
break or something. Yeah.
Nah,
All right.
nah.
Yeah, it's magically enchanted. So just making sure.
Okay. So I don't have any attacks because I forgot that takes my action. So that's it for me. I roar at it.
You still have like a bonus action. Wasn't it just a bonus action to shift?
No, that's for the type of druid that specializes in it.
Oh, moon. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So.
I roar at it and then I roar at Claes just to scare him.
All right. Okay. And Ishu, you hear a ah from behind you, as you transform into bear. Let's see here. Ishu. Okay.
I was gonna say I'm a little surprised that Ishu would be so startled since he knows Vash can turn Ishu into monkeys, but I think Vash has only used giant apes, never bears.
Giant monkeys, yeah.
And he also
Yeah.
like never shapeshifts himself, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you always use it
Who
for
knew
the
he could do it?
for the fire rope. Yeah. Once as an alligator. Are you
Once
talking
as an alligator and once as a tiger. I think
Yeah,
is the
that's
only two
right.
names.
in the Forgotten Depths, you use the alligator to swim.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember that. Okay. What is Ishu gonna do here? I mean, if we're gonna do it, now is the time. Field is relatively clear, but it's also not very effective against these guys. We'll use another Scorching Ray. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and cast them all and decide where we're gonna send these. So this time they come from this area, and they go flying over here. And let's see, that's a hit. He does have pack tactics, so he has advantage. Hit. So first one does 7.
Bears and fire just appearing out of nowhere, and it makes no sense to Claes.
Even though he's from the Feywild?
That's a good
Yeah,
point.
but bears and fire are just appearing.
Is he actually from the Feywilds?
All right, so the second one kills this guy. And then the third one, he'll put this one here for 7. Okay. I think, the bear has probably got it covered, he's thinking. We'll shoot some at the other guys. And that's his turn. Abachai. Is there anyone who's super hurt? Melora is kind of hurt. Yeah, you know what? We'll do a healing word on Melora. I'll cast that at level 2 for 10. Isn't a whole lot to her. Okay. And Healing word, is that a bonus? No. Yeah, it is a bonus action. So that means he can cast Sacred Flame. And he'll target this guy over here. Dex save. (13) fails, and he takes 7 damage. And it's Avachai's turn. Odayn?
Odayn is gonna go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Do I still see Melora from here?
I mean, are you trying to lose sight of her? I mean, there is a big tree there.
I'm trying to like attack it from behind.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I mean, I think she's still within eyesight. If you get on the other side of that big tree behind you, might break eyesight then. But there's really no obstacles between you guys besides the creature.
Okay, then I'm just gonna attack it.
All right.
Disadvantage. Smack, smack.
You hit. All right. For 11.
Plus 7.
All right.
And then I'm gonna smack it again. Stop hurting Melora. That doesn't hit it.
Nope. That one's a miss. Unless you got anything to boost it up by 1.
I do not.
All right.
That's it.
Okie doke. Claes. What's going on?
Claes is gonna look over at Bear Vash, kind of like, please don't bite me. And then reaches down, picks up his rapier, and takes another swing at the Displacer Beast with advantage because he will aim.
I would like to take a snap at his hand when he goes to reach for it. not to actually try and bite him, just to scare him.
Yeah, just for flavor, yeah. Right on.
He kind of yelps for a moment and then still grabs it and pulls his arm back really quick. And then he'll take aim and normal attack. Wait, this one hasn't been hit, has it? Or is this one that you shoot?
It has not been hit.
Yeah, not this turn. This guy.
So a normal attack, rapier. 23.
Hey.
All right, that hits. You get the sneak attack. You deal.
Because I have an ally within 5 feet.
So it's 30. How much damage?
32.
How do you want to kill this thing?
He
He turned into a freaking bear to fight this thing. Yeah.
He's gonna stab it and cut off its tentacle, and then kind of flourish, and then raise their rapier in case the bear tries to take a bite at him again.
Yeah. Go for it. All right.
Like,
so,
don't try it.
when he hits, he deals a lot of damage. Yeah, dude, you got this thing. Okay. Now what?
He continues looking at the bear with caution, and that's his turn.
All right. Orilyn?
Well, there's only one left.
There is.
And we know what Orilyn likes to do. Just in case, she's gonna move her hex over to it.
Yeah. All right.
She's gonna Eldritch Blast.
Oh.
Sorry, Seraphina.
At least once per session. That's our rule.
Hey, thanks, Great. I mean, it's
Wait.
great timing for a crit one. Let's see. So what we usually do is you hit one of your teammates or it blows up in your hand. You haven't been damaged this fight. And
No, I haven't.
I don't think Seraphina has either.
No.
So
I did. I
Yeah.
just healed it.
or you could hit the owl, right? You might be able to
Yeah.
one shot that
Oh
owl.
shoot!
You might,
Oh, I'm
you
sorry.
might-
Seraphina will
Yeah,
just
reacting for
drop
that.
like a rock.
Oh,
Okay, so roll a d3. 1, it's you. 2, it's the owl. 3, it's Seraphina. Please get 2. Please get a 2.
great.
Is that owl that squishy?
Did that work?
It's only got like
69.
yeah.
19.
I
You
mean,
got
That's
a
what
two?
it is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, okay,
There
roll.
it
if you
is.
hit the owl, you technically also hit Seraphina. Minor combatant.
Oh, so it damages both of them?
No, you have to attack Seraphina, right, Ferds?
Yeah. Let me link that.
Is that how it works?
But then
I-
this is. Oh yeah.
Oh man, I just really wanted to see her kill that owl.
Right?
Okay. While you're mounted, you have advantage on melee attack rolls against unmounted creatures that's smaller than
You
your
can
mount.
force an attack to target you. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Right on. All right.
So it'll hit Seraphina then.
Yep. So, roll your damage on Seraphina. At least Seraphina got some damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
that
also
makes
have-
you-
Temporary hit points.
Oh yeah.
That's a low roll too. That's
Yeah, it
good.
is, yeah. All right. So you're fighting this
hear-
thing from Owlback, and something just hits you like in the back. Now your armor absorbs most of it, but it kind of stings.
You hear Orilyn call out behind you. Sorry.
Okay. Good thing you apologize.
And then she sends her second blast out.
There we
Oh,
go.
what? The chaos plateau is real.
There we go.
All right, so we go from the crit 1 to the natural 20. Hey, thanks, Henry.
Damage too.
All right.
Yep.
Well, there's that, and
All right.
then
Yeah.
there's
Oh.
the head.
There we go.
All right, how do you want to end the fight? Because you kill this thing.
24.
Normally, she just blasts their head off, but this time she blasts the whole thing into bits.
Yeah, right on. And pieces of displacer beasts are everywhere.
Yeah. It makes a little cloud. It goes up in the air and it just rains down on everybody.
Yeah. Right on. So people are picking stuff out of their hair. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you know, it's a
She had
good
to
time.
make up for hitting Seraphina by accident and accidentally overkilled.
All right. So the fight is over. You guys kill these things. There's still some worms crawling around the ground. You know, from the beasts that weren't killed with like radiant damage and stuff like that. But also there's a bear. There's there's this big, huge, kind of pissed off looking bear. That's hanging out with you guys now. What do you guys do?
Dane's gonna run over to Melora and give her a hug. Good job, Melora. You were really good at this fight.
Oh, but Kyle.
Oh yeah, that's right.
All right.
Oh, no,
22
Claes.
coming at you, Vash.
You hear as Claes is going to attack the bear, you
No,
hear
no.
Orilyn say, "Did that bear eat Ishu?" Because she doesn't see Ishu anywhere.
Everybody attacks the bear.
All right, that's it. I'm taking a swipe back.
Claes will wipe off his rapier, put it away, and then slowly back away from the bear.
I want to sniff at the air and see if I can find issue by scent.
Uh,
I have advantage.
yeah, okay.
Is it
I guess it's perception.
perception? Okay, so
Yeah.
it's.
Let me see
I have
here.
to hand
He's-
type it. Sorry.
He's not really actively stealthing. The bears do have a wicked sense of smell.
So 17.
Oh,
Wow.
okay, it's 17. Okay.
17. Not both, yeah.
Oh, okay.
That was just how I did advantage.
You're smelling. I mean, first thing you smell is this overpowering foul stench of rotted meat in front of you. Like it kind of makes your stomach kind of turn, which is weird because you feel like you could eat anything right now. Like literally anything, like the bark off of trees. This smell in front of you is terrible. You also smell. How scared is Claes?
That's what I was gonna ask.
He's pretty frightened.
Like how frightened? Is there like a little, is there a little tinkle action going on?
I think it's somewhere between. It's like maybe a roller coaster frightened, Like if someone who didn't like roller coasters had just been on a roller coaster.
Bears have a really good sense of smell. Even if you hadn't, I think he can. So you can smell. How old is Claes? You can tell his age, I think, by just his odor. What's your age?
He's
Claes?
26.
Yeah, you smell like a 26-year-old fey like creature. I don't think you know enough about fey to know it's a satyr, but you definitely you can smell fey. Fey
smells like goat apparently,
and you can tell by the smell that he's gonna have to go to the bathroom soon. And you do also smell a kobold behind you to the right, maybe like 15 feet back.
I give Claes a gruff like snort kind of thing before I turn and I charge towards where I think he is, Ishu, and then I lower myself.
When you turn around, you might hear a little bit.
Right here.
Can I use my telepathy? Well, because I still have my mental stats.
Yeah, I think
Can
so.
I still communicate? So I tell Ishu to get on.
Oh, okay. Ishu's, you hear him start and then and you stop just before him. And yeah, he turns visible.
He doesn't have to.
Yeah, I think it
probably would have ended soon anyways. Yeah,
it lasts like a minute or something like that.
A minute, yeah, or 10, but I think it's a minute.
Something.
It's
like
a minute.
That.
Greater invisibility than a minute.
And yeah, he'll hop on the bear, I guess. Hang on one second. There we go. Something like that. All right. So now we got a kobold on a bear.
Yep.
This will end well. Now if he can just get you to obey him, nothing will be able to stop him. All right. All right. What do you other guys
got this for 4 hours now, so I may as well.
Yeah, right on.
Orilyn got Feywild to come back down and sit on her shoulder, and then she walked over to Avachai and asked, how many spells do you have left?
He checks a wound on his side. And he kind of looks like he's thinking at the same time. Today I can maybe cure 2. How many of you got it? He looks at Orilyn and he's like, "Oh, you look fine, clearly."
Yeah.
Avatar, heal Laura first. She needs your healing.
Yeah, when he says how many of you, and then cuts off to saying that she looks fine, Orilyn's gonna turn and say, how many of you got worms?
Claes raises his hand.
I'll roar.
All right.
We need healing here.
I think Avatar, you should start with you first.
I think Vash would remember this. Wolf doesn't. What spells are required to cure?
It's lesser restoration used at the same time as remove curse. And I was just linking that because Melora literally can't turn it off. It only lasts for 1 minute. But
we could knock her out.
Yeah, you could knock her out. But But I mean, right about if we had issues invisibility, we're off.
Why don't we
right about
just
now.
tell
Yeah.
her to go behind the tree
Could.
and then come back?
You'll have to wait for Claes. He had to go real quick.
She's like, she's looking at Odayn
Just more
like,
trees.
yeah. She's looking at Odayn like, are you okay? Like, I don't know what to do with you right now. Kind of awkwardly. Yeah, but she raises her hand when you ask about the worms thing.
I will mentally communicate to Avachai. I'll swap the link to him and tell him that I can help cure people later on in the day.
Yeah, he nods and he relays that to the rest of the group. Our bear friend says he could help with the other half of that ritual.
Well, I can help cure now. And he like readies to do lesser restoration on Melora.
Oh, did we all pack it today? Okay.
I have
mean-
it too.
I don't prepare spells.
Oh, right.
I think you're the only one who does that.
So,
Paladins.
you guys got a couple people who can do the second part, but only Avachai can do the remove curse. Is that it?
Yeah,
Right.
that's
Yeah.
the problem, yeah. That's the bottleneck.
Okay. All right. So
He
yeah.
can't upcast, though, so he can use higher level spell slots.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, he might. So he probably wouldn't say 2 then. He could say, if I absolutely have to, I can do it a few times.
Right.
Um,
I reiterate to him that we should save this for the end of the day.
Yeah. He
Because
looks. He looks.
we know that this disease doesn't immediately cause serious damage.
Mm.
Yeah. He looks at Seraphina for approval.
I agree with. Well, I can't really. It's a bear. Wasn't it?
Oh,
telepathic?
So he relays what? Yeah, I guess it's telepathic.
That was all mentally.
Yeah. So he relays what Vash is saying while kind of like looking at him in silence for a second, and then he like speaks out loud. Okay, so this is what he's saying. You know.
All right. Yeah, I agree with that. In case like we run into like trouble, might as well have your spell slots ready or like spells ready.
Yeah. Melora says, no, really, I think I'm okay. I can keep going a little longer, I think. She kind of like makes a fist and like is looking at her knuckles.
Look, we know for me it can take a week. Well, the first time, maybe the second time might be worse. We don't know how it affects a primordial. What if it goes faster to you?
She kind of tilts her head.
We need you.
Right. For Oberon. Right. She looks at Avachai. He shrugs because he has no idea. Like, he's operating purely on theory at this point. Like, he's just got lucky to find.
He's just
Sure.
a bad cleric, that's why.
I mean, he was a bandit. He's not the best cleric. Yeah. He says, we could keep an eye. Make sure it doesn't, progress too fast.
Do you think that the disease would affect Oberon's orb, Melora?
She kind of like squints her eyebrows. Does she have it on her?
Isn't
No,
it in me?
It's in Odayn. And when Odayn says that, Orilyn's eyes go wide, and you see she's about to say that, say something.
Oh yeah, that's right. You guys, do you know it's in you, Odayn? Have we gotten to that yet?
Yeah.
Okay, so you talked. Okay. She kind of shrugs. I think she doesn't know.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
No use in dwelling on that. Let's just keep going then.
I bet Orilyn just had a horrific thought. Like, oh no, what if we bring Oberon back and he's like corrupted by the flesh or something?
Yeah, I think Orilyn just changed the order of priority in her head just now.
Odayn starts like walking in the direction we were like walking before. It's like he's gonna point towards us, like Orilyn, this way, right? We're going this way. As he like heads in that direction.
Would it still be northish?
Yeah, I mean, the thing, it's not a straight line, right? Like when you're walking through the wilderness, there's a lot of zigging and zagging you got to do, but northeastish sounds about right. I mean, it's the Feywild, so it changes, you know? Like, what's really going to do the most part of getting you there is trying to get there. Traveling here is a little bit odd. You know, it could just throw you off at any point. Things aren't really as simple as north, south, east, west here all the time. But yeah, it's the general direction this way. And also, like, not trying to go somewhere else mentally. Like, keeping focused on where you're trying to go, that's going to be a big part of it.
Yeah. So, if he looks like he's going roughly the right direction, Orilyn will say, yeah, that way.
Do I find anything on the corpse?
Let's see here.
If not, that's fine. But he's just like pawing it, looking at see if there's any items in the innards that have been spilled or like anything that's been eaten.
Yeah, actually. So, there's some of them do have like the occasional like skeleton arm in there. Or even like slightly less decayed body parts, maybe a little bit of skin still on them and bits still on them. Also just vegetation. Like these things were gorging on anything edible they could find, not just animals and stuff. So like random mashed up rotten fruits, and this is stuff you've probably never seen before because it's, it grows in the Feywild, so there might even be like one or two that are glowing for no reason in the innards. Also, two of them have very worn, but very clear once you get a closer look, like collars on them.
So they were pets.
These black.
Or they were tamed at some point.
Leather collars. Yeah, I mean that's the insinuation.
Can I like pull one of the collars off with my teeth?
I mean, yeah.
Is it like, does it have like a latch on it, or it's removable?
I mean, also like part of its head was caved in, and yeah, I mean, you're a bear. You can get it off. You're trying to be careful not to break it. Then you could like rip the flesh off and like rip the head off. If you really
if it seemed like it'd be hard to get off, I would just ask someone to do it telepathically. Probably after I.
Yeah, it probably seems like it's going to take a bit more finesse. Like you have these giant claws.
And then I grip a good 2 foot length of one of the tentacles and I rip it off with my teeth and I ask him to put it in a vial. Or maybe like a 1 foot, whatever would fit in a vial.
Yeah, okay. I mean, you got a potion bottle or something. Yeah, you can fit it in something.
But I'm a bear.
Oh, you don't have it? You can't hand it to him then? No,
all the stuff melted into my body. I don't want to shift back yet.
There's our out of context quote for the night. All the stuff melded into my body. All right. So yeah, you can't hand him the thing. So,
does he have a vial? I figured he would have a vial because or maybe Claes.
Yeah,
if Avachai says he has no vials, I'll ask Claes.
Let me see what.
Telepathically.
Yeah.
Claes kind of looks at the bear again. And then he looks in his bag. And he digs around for a moment.
Oh, he doesn't have
And
any
he
vials.
pulls out a glass vial and kind of sets it in front of you.
The bear looks at the vial, looks up at you, and starts to growl. And Vash says, "Can you do it?"
What am I doing?
He like flings the piece of tentacle at you.
Claes steps back, dodges out of the way of the tentacle. Is it still moving?
Is it?
Well, it's this one, right?
Yeah, sure.
This one was killed by Ishu. Yeah, it's still kind of like not the tentacle itself, but actually, it kind of looks like it's breathing a little bit, kind of. But there's like occasionally there's like a worm that scriggles out of there, and it just like flops around on the ground aimlessly.
But the tentacle isn't moving, at least, right?
No, it's not like flopping around. It just like it has
Okay.
this. It's like
It has stuff inside of it.
Yeah, yeah. It's kind of that's what it looks like. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I will put. If I haven't put my gloves back on, I'll put my gloves back on, and then he'll step back and pull out his rapier, and then kind of poke it with it, like try to shish kebab it, and then kind of poke it into the vial that way.
Yeah. Okay. Just being careful not to touch it with your bare
Yeah.
skin. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. You can do that.
No, I don't have bear skin. Vash does.
I knew that was coming.
Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. You get it in the vial. Sure.
Vash says, "Thank you" through the bond.
All right. And Avachai takes off the collar, and he kind of looks at you like, "You don't want to wear this, do you?"
No. I growl at him.
Yeah, he nods. And then he just like he takes a look at it, makes sure there's he gets like he shakes off any worms that might be still wriggling on it. And he just stuffs it into his pack. Let me make sure I add that to his inventory. And
I'll get it from him later.
Okay.
And Vash is ready to go. Needed a sample.
Yeah. All right. And what are the rest of you guys doing? You guys gonna start to head off, follow behind Odayn?
I think so. Does all this, including the combat, take a minute for what we've done so far?
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say a minute.
Uh,
just passed.
Greater invisibility is only up to 1 minute.
Yeah, I think Ishu
he's
dropped it early even.
Yeah,
Oh.
he's riding on the bear now.
He's
Oh,
underneath
I
me.
saw the icon was still on him. I thought he was still
yeah,
invisible.
I
Just
didn't-
riding the bear invisibly.
I forgot to take the thing off. Yeah. There we go.
Nice. Okay. Now Orilyn doesn't have to worry about where Ishu is. She's following Odayn.
Yeah, Melora skips after Odayn.
I'll start heading that way as well.
All
I
right.
did ask Claes to pick up the lantern. I hope he got that one.
Yeah, he'll pick it up.
All right, so let me give Claes some light emitting powers, and I'll take him away from Vash, I guess.
That works.
Let's see here. It was 20. It was 30 for that lamp, or was it 20?
I don't know.
I think it was 30.
Could probably just leave it unless it becomes relevant.
Well, Claes can't see without the light, I think.
Well, he has it. It's still shining.
Yeah, I just want to know what kind of light to give him here.
Hooded. I think it's
No,
the
set this rapier on the ground.
30-foot radius and an additional 30 feet of dim.
Yeah. Okay. There you go, Claes. You're emitting light now. All right. So you guys walk on into the wilderness, and your day's really basically just started.
That was just the beginning, yeah.
We just woke up.
Yeah,
About
yeah.
5 minutes ago. Yep.
So it's been an eventful morning.
Who wants breakfast?
Yeah, you guys did take a long rest, so if you didn't already, make sure to mark off your water, mark off your ration.
I'll mark off one of my wineskins.
And
Yeah.
mayonnaise.
I'll make some mayonnaise. Hang on. I produce mayonnaise with my alchemy jug.
And Orilyn, do you recall how we handled exhaustion for you? So just one exhaustion a day, is that what we did?
I think that's what we did, and we all slept it off.
Right. We all decided to push for one because we knew that it would go away with the long rest.
I mean for the flesh infection.
Oh, I don't
Shit.
remember.
I forgot about that.
I don't think I took notes on that either. Let me see.
I think that sounds right because you told us we basically had roughly a week, and that would be one a day for 6 days.
Yep.
Oh,
I
I think you did have me roll.
Okay.
Did you roll for it?
All right. So everyone who's infected.
But the AC went higher the longer it went.
Right.
I
DC.
believe.
Yeah.
DC, yeah, sorry.
All right. So everybody who's infected, make a Constitution save. DC is 15.
I guess I used the bear stats.
You do, which is good.
I think it has a better con than me, just barely.
Oh,
Can I use my inspiration on this?
you can.
I'm just gonna do it this way. It's +1 to whatever I roll.
Ooh.
Sure. 23.
All right.
And Seraphina, I guess, is putting off her aura thing. Is that what you're saying in the chat?
Yeah, everyone should have at least +30.
And Melora
Sure.
and Avachai.
It's everybody but Seraphina and Ishu got, or Seraphina, Ishu, and Orilyn.
Yeah.
Do I fight it off with a crit?
No, you don't cure yourself. It doesn't work that way.
You know what's funny is I think I rolled a crit when I did that, and I said the same thing.
It was worth a try, yeah.
But here's something you notice, Vash. You feel something moving under your skin.
Is that just, well, I guess I wouldn't know unless I asked someone. Okay.
Like you feel, it doesn't feel like a tiny little worm. Like it feels like it's got a little bit more girth to it. There's something familiar about it, like, and there's kind of a scratching, like it almost kind of itches. As you feel this thing crawling around your skin. Now it starts at the base of your neck, but it's moving towards that arm that you got bit on. So I guess that paw right now, or that shoulder flank or whatever, that you got bit on. It's kind of painful and it's kind of itchy. It feels a little bit uncomfortable even for a big bear. And all right, so Melora and Avachai both failed. So if you failed, take a point of exhaustion. And okay.
I don't think Ishu got infected, right? He's still good.
He was invisible.
Now if I make a sleight of hand check, I only have +18 and disadvantage.
He did stay invisible the whole
Look, it would be a 35 instead of a 38.
What are you sleight of handing?
If I just wanted to steal something, it would be way harder.
Way harder, right?
Yeah.
And Melora, let me make sure I put a point of exhaustion on her.
To have, How fast does this thing feel like it's moving inside?
Slowly, kind of like it takes it several minutes to move like a few inches. Plus um your body's like gigantic now. So that really doesn't like it has a
Guess that helps a little
longer
bit.
distance to cover. But yeah, it doesn't feel like particularly fast or anything. It's not exactly comfortable.
No. I think Vash is a little worried about it.
And everyone else who's infected, you're starting to feel really sick. Like there's this weird feeling of like kind of like being hungry or thirsty at the same time, but it's also like that food or drink's not going to satiate it. It's kind of a different feeling. It's like almost like I don't know if you like craving caffeine, kind of, or coffee maybe. It's like a weird kind of craving feeling that's starting to come in.
Claes keeps just shoveling mayonnaise, trying to make himself feel better.
Yeah, the mayonnaise tastes horrible. Like kind of like it like even if you didn't like mayonnaise, like it doesn't taste like mayonnaise normally tastes. There's something kind of off about it. Can't quite put your finger on it.
Forgot that getting corrupted did that to you.
Yeah, we forgot all these things.
Oh my gosh.
Claes is looking in disappointment at his alchemy jug, and he thinks that he's been sold a defective one that has spoiled mayonnaise in it.
Yeah.
This isn't the first time you've tried to get mayonnaise from it, is it?
I think it is. He
got
just
wine
bought
the day
it
before.
Oh yeah, you just bought it the day before.
Yeah. The morning that we left.
Interesting. Now he'll never use it again because he thinks it's broken.
I mean, he's probably eaten worse than sour mayonnaise.
How obvious is he about eating mayonnaise from the jar? Because I think if we were eating our rations, Orilyn might ask for some. Because she's in autumn mode and she's all about that food.
Yeah, he's not trying to hide that he's eating mayonnaise. He's probably like, you know, when you get a tub of ice cream and you're just
jeez.
eating it
Yeah.
straight out of the tub. It's kind of like that. He's just not having a good day.
Orilyn doesn't care. She'll ask you, can I have some of that?
He like wipes off his hands a little bit. Yeah, sure. And he reaches in his bag, digs around for a little bit, pulls out one of the vials, fills it up with mayonnaise, puts a stopper in it, and hands it to her.
That's the vial of mayonnaise.
Vash watches the interaction and then telepathically asks for the same thing and opens his jaw with the big teeth. And he just looks at you and waits.
He just lifts the jug and starts pouring mayonnaise.
Damn it, I was hoping you'd like reach your hand in.
All right. So Vash, when you eat the mayonnaise, it tastes like
Tastes terrible.
Nah, I mean it tastes bad. It tastes like it's a little stale. Maybe it's starting to turn. But it's not like horrible. Like it tastes like mayonnaise.
We've got 2 gallons of this to go through.
Some of it gets
Orilyn-
stuck to the top of my mouth and I can't get it like a dog, so I
Orilyn puts a little bit on her. What is it called? That's like a bread, a hardtack. It's like a bread thing, right?
Yeah, it's
Oh yeah, like for a ration. Yeah.
very
A little bit
durable
on their
bread.
Hardtack
Yeah.
rations.
Right on.
Tomorrow we can have honey if you want, or
Tastes-
vinegar, or
tastes like-
oil.
Tastes like fresh mayonnaise to you, Orilyn, or anyone else who's not infected. It's like pretty good
Yeah,
quality.
she's like, wow, this is really good for coming out of whatever that is.
You see Claes just shovel a handful of mayonnaise into his mouth. It's awful.
I assume we're doing this while we walk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we kind of see you guys like marching off into the jungle, and yeah, the flesh in the forest starts to get a little more dense. And I think as we see you, we the audience see you guys sort of starting to march out of you, looking for a path. We get this weird shot of this flower that you guys pass, and it's growing on a tree. And we just see like the actual what is it called? I'm drawing a blank. We see the actual like petals of this flower, and it's made. You know, it's tinged like orangish red color, and in the center of these 6 kind of large, fleshy looking petals it's almost like looks like a little row of teeth. And yeah, the camera just sort of lingers on this flower for a moment, and then it just like cuts to the next scene. Nothing happens. Like the flower doesn't move or anything like that. It's just this weird looking, off-putting kind of flower.
Corrupted Venus flytrap.
Yeah, and we like cut to the next scene, and it's evident that it's been a couple hours that you guys have been traveling. So maybe like 3 or 4 hours later, we're starting to get to like midday. It's the sky hasn't really changed. It's been sort of dark all day. The landscape is pretty much the same. It's the vegetation is thicker a bit. Finding the path is starting to get a little bit more difficult. But you're still well, I guess let's see. Make a survival check.
Who?
I guess it'd be Orilyn. I'm presuming she's leading the way.
No.
I
I only
think
have a
Odayn
plus
lead the
2.
way.
I can lead the way as the bear.
Okay.
Do you
If
know
someone
where
gives, well, I mean, if they point,
yeah.
I can be out in front,
mean-
is what I mean.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fine. If you guys want to put yourselves in a marching order, that's cool. Like if you're
But
marching up.
I did
Orilyn can be
wanna-
near the front so that she could give some direction, I guess.
Yeah, you said this is 5 hours later?
Yeah, it's a couple
I thought it
hours
was
later.
2.
Oh, 2. Okay, I thought you said 5 for some reason.
I
Still a
think
bear.
3 to 4. We're talking like midday. So depending
If
on
it's
how late.
4, I am no longer a bear.
Well, okay, we'll say 2.
Okay.
And
Should I? I can lead the way too. If I just wanted to.
okay. So here's my question: who knows where they're going?
Mhm.
Who knows the
Oh, Odayn
Feywild?
doesn't know where we're going, but he's gonna lead anyways.
I think that has to be. Orilyn and Claes know roughly where we're going. I think Orilyn more.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah.
don't think they would be in front because they're kind of squishy.
Now you
Orilyn will
guys,
just
Claes has a
teleport
lot
away.
of health.
you guys can definitely help them and give them advantage on whoever makes the roll. Just by being a bear and sniffing around, trying to orient, cardinal directions.
I think
Maybe-
I have the best survival.
I'll have you know that Claes actually isn't squishy. He has 6 times the health of the average man.
Okay.
For whatever that counts for.
Very particular.
We didn't do a short rest, did we?
No, we didn't.
Before we left. Okay.
We should, but
I think after a couple hours, Orilyn would say, I think we're far enough away from the... If there's any more wild animals, should we stop and rest a moment?
We can do that.
Vash will growl in approval. Just
Yeah.
sounds like all the other growls.
If we're gonna rest, we can. I can put up a hut.
Even for a short rest, yeah.
I think that's the safe play, yeah.
And then we can orient ourselves and figure out which way we actually need to go.
I can let Seer scout.
I have mayonnaise.
All right. So there's some stuff about the hut we need to clarify. Large
Uh-oh.
animals cannot go into the hut.
Correct.
Racist.
Unfortunately, large objects and creatures cannot fit. Medium or smaller size, right? 9 creatures, medium or smaller size.
What if I
Um,
lay underneath a few of them? I will change back. Yeah.
We turn you into a rug. I mean, you don't have to rest in the hut. Like you're a giant Kodiak bear. It might be more comfortable outside the hut anyway.
That's true. Yeah, I might as well stay.
Yeah, it's just a point. I didn't really harp on it previously, so I just
No, we did before because of Seer.
Because of Seer.
Okay.
Yeah,
We
that's
had
true.
Seer hang out outside as well.
I'll hang out with the bird.
All right. And I guess Avachai, Ishu can make their way inside. I mean, Ishu might hang out outside with you for a minute. So at least you have somebody to talk to. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I thought we established we could talk through the
yeah, you
the
can
thing.
talk through it.
Oh,
It only blocks light. It doesn't block sound.
I thought it
Yeah.
blocks magical effects, so your telepathy wouldn't go through it.
Oh, right.
Good point. Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Yep.
You can
point.
roar and they
I
can hear
forgot
you.
he had to speak.
I can
for
roar.
Toby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I claw at the dome a few times just to mess with it. It doesn't do anything.
All right. So you guys just taking a short rest for like an hour?
Yeah.
Okay. So
And that way we can discuss where we are and all that good stuff.
absolutely. So if you guys want to roll hit die or what have you, I'll take care of some of that on these NPCs right now.
Here's a question I don't know the answer to. Can I roll hit die for my normal body while I'm in a bear?
That's a fair point. Let's see here.
I have no idea. So
I hate that that's a good question.
I've never heard of this question ever. I'm like,
It is really important, but really weird.
I really don't know.
I don't know either. That's so. It seems like an obvious question with an obvious answer, but it's never come up.
Resting in wild shape.
Because the bear would have a higher hit die, potentially.
Okay, so I can heal the bear with its own hit dice, but I can't do my own, I guess. I think.
Okay. While do the druids uses of the wild shape feature recharge while still in wild shape? That's talking about circle the moon stuff. That's not really helpful. Yeah, I would think the bear has its own hit point pool, and you have your own. I would say you can roll for both. I would allow that you can heal the bear and heal your body.
I really don't mind changing back, but yeah, all right.
It's up to you. I mean, you only got a couple of hours left of bear anyway.
2, yeah. Well, I'll have 1 at the end of this.
Yeah.
I'll just roll a couple.
And I don't even know if the bear got hurt. Did the bear get hurt?
Nope. Did it right at the end.
Okay. So, Ishu, let's look at your hit die, bud. Now, remember when you take a long rest, you don't recover all your hit die. You recover half of however many are gone. So if you used 4 hit die when you take a long rest, you only get 2 back.
Right.
And then 1 back. And then you finally get your last one. That might be important going forward because we're gonna.
Yeah, this is
we're gonna be
first time we've actually really used them.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see here. What is going on with Roll20 right now? Okay, there we go. Okay. And his hit die are D6 plus 2. Six. And definitely gonna roll another one. Four. And one more. Ooh.
Anyone have anything they want to do during the short rest?
I'm just playing.
Oh, the
my
Song of
Song
Rest. I forgot about what is that? It's just +1 for each hit dice, or
1d6.
1d6.
So
Okay.
1d6.
Oop, that's not. Okay.
Right.
Experience.
Oh yeah.
Oh gosh. All right. So everybody take 2 XP for the combat. And everybody take another 3 XP for the RP so far today. Because you guys been doing good with all that stuff. And hopefully we can award you guys some more here in just a minute.
How much was the first one?
2 and then 3,
Two
so
and then
5
3.
total.
Yeah,
Okay.
five
I'll
total.
just do +5.
So the combat was hard and not deadly, so less experience.
And we got some experience for it last session too.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, that's fair. All right. Well, I take experience away now. No, I don't take experience away. Okay, Avachai. And this should be okay. And it's 1d8 plus 1 for him. Okay.
I guess so while we're resting, because Orilyn doesn't really need to heal or bandage herself or anything, Orilyn would be trying to figure out where they are and which direction they need to go. So, should I roll the survival? Or
Yeah.
should she be discussing it with Claes and Vash?
I mean, you have an
She
hour.
can't discuss it with Vash.
Well, I have
Yeah.
telepathy if you step outside.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you have an hour, so you can talk to whoever you want, get your advantage. If you want to RP it, some of that stuff out, you can.
Sure. Well, if she's talking with Vash about it, it would be so that he could do the roll.
Right. Because I think I have the best.
Yeah. Otherwise, it would just be her and Claes discussing.
So he'll ask, what are we looking for?
Normally, we would be looking for a tall, very tall tree, and then for the city itself, more trees, but they look like they've been grown in a way that we can live in them. But it sounds like they've destroyed it and made it. Was it metal?
Do they smell like anything?
Yeah.
Well, if they made it all metal, then it would smell like metal? I don't know what kind of metal.
How far away do you think we are from it? If it's more than a day, I probably can't smell it.
How many days did we think it was before? 2 or 3?
I forget.
I believe it was like a week's travel all the way
Yeah, I
to
thought it was quite a
Mithrin
bit.
Bay. But like you can just start smelling for metal if you want to.
I'll just give it a shot. It's good enough. So is that with advantage or no?
I mean, it's smell, so if you have advantage.
Oh
on
yeah, I have
perception-
advantage anyways. That's right.
Okay, you definitely smell a lot of metal. There's a lot of iron, particularly you can smell just in the air, and kind of coming from all around you. And it smells like blood. You also smell various metals in the pockets of the people around you, and sort of adorning them. And there is you can probably tell the difference between some of these metals. Like gold, probably you realize smells a particular way compared to like the platinum or the silver. And there is quite a bit of gold in the air. Like there's a hint of it, enough for it to carry it on the air, but it's faint. It does seem to be. Let's see here. Let's see. Okay. So it does the wind is blowing in. There's like a faint breeze blowing in from the east, and you do faintly smell it on that wind, which seems odd because
Right. Isn't that where we came from?
you guys kind of came from
South. Oh, okay.
southeast. This is more kind of just east. And yeah, it just seems odd that this smell would carry on the wind at all. Really. But you definitely pick it up like miles away. But it's there.
And it smells like gold. Okay.
Yeah, in particular. Yeah.
I'll relay that to Orilyn and ask if that is what we're looking for.
Orilyn shrugs.
Yeah, you're like, wait, what? What do I even do with this information?
Yeah. Maybe. How far do you think it might be? Maybe we could send Fair or Sia.
I will miles at least. Maybe the Sare.
Orilyn pops her head in. Actually, well, she doesn't have to. She could just look at Seraphina
And talk,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Seraphina, how far can Sia go?
At least half a mile.
The bear will give a little grunt and he'll reiterate in your head, miles.
I don't think they could go far enough. Well, Vash smells something metal, a lot of gold, east, and we were told that they made my home city, into a metal place.
I think did we receive a vision of the pyramid? Or was that an out of character camera thing?
Orilyn kind of saw it. I know, like she saw it before they started destroying more stuff.
Oh yeah, you saw it the first time you came to the Feywild, right?
Yeah.
When Oberon died.
Yeah.
But I guess we didn't see it.
And the other thing to consider is if an entire day almost, or not entire day, but like 8-hour day was under 10 minutes there, it's been a long, long time here since you saw the start of that.
Right.
Yeah. Well, there's a chance that the gold smell could be the pyramid that destroyed or is on top of Lord Oberon's tree.
There's a pyramid on top of the tree?
Well, I think it was a pyramid. It was a big gold thing.
Do we want to go towards that thing if it destroyed the tree? Don't we still need to go towards the tree?
We do, but remember that they made it into a base. So we were going to the city to find help, or we could try and go there anyways and try to take care of things.
What
So-
did I pack for spells?
So really quick, so back when you were last here, Orilyn, you saw this floating pyramid. It was like upside down, floating in the sky, kind of slightly turning, not making any noise, like or anything. Like there's no engines. But it was
Mhm.
firing these lasers at the tree, and they were like blowing these huge chunks out of it. It looked like the tree was being destroyed.
Yeah.
And we have seen like hints of like when you guys flew up in the air. I think the first session here, we could see like some gleaming gold in the distance, and yeah, you were told that they made a base, like a settlement, basically like a city or like a fort or something, an excursion zone at the where the tree was. Like there was something where that came up. I can't remember exactly.
That sounds roughly right. So I guess in that case, Orilyn would look at Seraphina and say, "Could you fly up and see if you can still see it?"
Sure, I'll try. How far up do you want me to go?
How high can you go and still see things?
Probably at least 100 feet. Can I do that?
You can. I would advise not doing it during your short rest because it'll interrupt. that.
Interrupt it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll do it
I
after.
think- Yeah, I think after everybody's rested a bit, that should be what we do before we decide where we're going.
Well, I have taken care of the NPCs, hit die and stuff, so we're good there. Yeah, I mean, I'm like it's up to you
I
guys.
had one thing I wanted to do during the short rest once we get all that figured out.
Sure.
Hopefully it'll be a quick question for Tulpa.
Yeah.
Vash is gonna, once we've decided, well, are we done with this discussion or no? Or are we just waiting for the end of it now?
I think we're just waiting for Seraphina to for the rest to finish so Seraphina could fly up and take a look.
Okay. Then in his head, Vash will describe the thing he's feeling to Tulpa and ask him if that seems odd. This thing crawling under skin towards a certain spot.
Yeah, you feel him sort of like almost like he's poking around, like he's trying to pull the memory of what you're feeling into your like subconscious. And so you feel his focus turn on the on where you're feeling this like pain and stuff. And I guess the best way to put it is there's almost this kind of quizzical curiosity from him. Like the acknowledgement that there is a flesh corruption present in your body, but also something else that he finds more familiar. But he doesn't know exactly what it is.
That's the feeling Vash got too. It's something besides the flesh thing that is moving.
Yeah, definitely. Now that he's able to like draw more attention to sort of like focus his mind on it, your mind on it. Yeah, there's definitely it's something else that's there.
And he knows about the previous thing, right? I think that was when he'd taken me over. When the neck thing?
Mhm.
Okay. So
it's not that. This feels like something familiar to him. This feels like something more less like evil, like less of like a consuming force and more like a revitalizing force. And he might even make a comment that the slow of the corruption, or the spread of the corruption, seems to be slowing.
say what now? So the
He nods. He says, "It's not quite progressing like it should, if I understand from what we've seen with others." And like the Orilyn's face like flashes in your mind.
right. The only example we have so far.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
should I be worried about it or not? Is my question. Do I need to dig this thing out?
there's there. So instantly you get like this feeling of no, that would be a bad idea.
It'd be a very hurty idea.
And he says, if this outside force, this foreign object, is slowing the corruption, tearing it out could speed the process back up. He even not knowing what it is, it's probably best to wait, and see.
Forget all the other things I had you trying to think about. You need to try and remember what this is. Let me know as soon as you do. Because he intimated that he kind of had an inkling of what it was, but he couldn't remember, right?
Yeah, like it felt familiar to him.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't convince him otherwise right now. Like this has got his full attention, and his curiosity is definitely peaked. There's almost like a playful demeanor to like the emotion you feel coming from him. Like he wants to learn what this is. Like it's almost like a toy to him. Like it's like a new toy.
Vash thought he knew what was going on, and now I'm so puzzled. All right. Interesting. I guess I'll not worry about it as much.
Okay.
That was all.
All right. And yeah, maybe that's where our short rest ends.
Vash was ready to start flaying his own shoulder.
Yeah, and actually come to think of it, as you're going through this short rest and you're able to kind of catch your breath and breathe for a minute, the pain is not so bad. Now it just really itches. And it's gotten down close to the wound. Like it's there.
Is it visible? Can I see it moving, or is it just a feeling?
If you look at your paw, you can see a lump under there moving. I guess it'd be on your forearm. It'd be
on the forelegs somewhere.
Yeah, but you see it's like a little round lump, kind of like a maybe like a stone the size of that would fit in your palm. Certainly. And there's a hardness to it. It's if you brush it up against something on the ground, or even on a tree or a branch, it feels like bone, or like a rock maybe.
So there's no give to it.
No, not at all.
Okay.
And it's still moving around. It doesn't come out of the wound, but it seems to be moving around, sort of focusing on that area where the wound is now.
Seeing what we've seen, I am going to I guess he'd be the one that I trust. I'm going to tell Avachai through the well. God, he's in the thing. I can't. I'll tell Ishu to keep an eye on me, and if I start acting weird, to tell the others. And then I immediately tell him acting like a bear does not count.
But I mean, you always
No.
act. You always act weird, though.
Well, if I try to eat you, then let him know and maybe stop me.
There was that time you smiled for a day or two, and it made everyone really uncomfortable.
Yeah, I don't remember that. Anyways, I think it's about time to go.
All right, so short rest is over. Do we leave the tiny hut? I guess as soon as you walk outside of it, Odayn, it disappears, right?
Right.
Okay. So Seraphina was gonna fly up into the air and take a look around.
Yep.
Right. Do you want to like, make a perception check? I'm just gonna roll a die here.
Okay. I'm gonna use Seer's in hearing and sight if I could.
Yeah. Can it communicate with you telepathically?
Yeah.
It can, right? Okay. Yeah, you can do that. So you fly way up in the air. Ooh.
Damn.
So you don't see like any threats. Also, like the woods that you're in seem to just go on forever. You don't really see any landmarks. Like, and it's weird because you guys haven't traveled all that far since the last time you were up in the air. Like, you should see things that look familiar. Like, oh, that mountainside we saw from this direction, and now we're closer to it or whatever. But literally nothing looks familiar. Everything kind of looks the same. And it's weird. It's like, oh, that ridge looks just like that ridge over there, but how can that be possible? How can this, and the trees match even? How can they, that doesn't make any sense. Like, there's a lot of that sort of feeling. Like, yeah, it doesn't make sense that the terrain would look like this, now that you've traveled this far. And there's definitely something off about it. Can you make a wisdom save? Ooh. Yeah, you're probably lost. Like, you guys probably either went a lot farther than you intended to, or you lost the path at some point. You're convinced that that it's explainable. You're convinced that you guys have just covered a lot more ground than you realized, and so that's why everything sort of looks different. And doesn't really make any sense. Or you've gone in a different direction than you thought you were going. Like, you were trying to go north and you accidentally started veering west and went really far west. And so far that it doesn't seem to make sense looking at it topographically.
Yeah, how would we even tell the cardinal directions here when we don't have a sun or
Right.
North Star or...
I mean, that's a fair point. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you wouldn't really, unless you had like a compass or something.
Right.
You wouldn't
If it
really.
works the same way here.
Yeah, and it might just be spinning in circles, or something like that. Yeah,
Boy.
but you don't see any of these gold towers. You do see some like large trees scattered about, a bunch that have been knocked down. So the general ruin of this feywild forest of flesh is there, but you don't see any of the like gold wiped out areas. You don't see any settlements. You don't really see much of anything. There's no brain creatures flying through the air at you, or anything like that either. It seems oddly really empty.
Up here.
Yeah.
So I messaged this to the group that we're lost. with my cantrip message. I think we're lost, guys. I think I tried to send it to Orilyn.
Yeah, don't send it to me.
hmm
Roar.
Let's see. I forget. Isn't the Feywilds kind of like that though, where you think you're not making progress, but you really are?
Yeah, I mean, it can play tricks on you for sure.
That
Yeah.
very
So
much tricky.
Orilyn will just reply, "Oh, that's probably the magic."
Then I think you should fly with me up here then, because it seems like we've been like walking in circles. There's no landmarks at all. I start darting back to the group.
All right. And that's when I need nothing against you.
I fall.
No, you're fine. A brain wraps around your face as you're no, you're fine. You return to the group, no problem.
See, if Seraphina only went up about 100 feet, right?
Yeah.
To look up there. Okay.
Mhm.
I guess when you say that you should come up with me, Orilyn will say, no, I'll just send Feya. It's fine. And she will see through Feya's eyes and send Feya up.
Could have done this from any point.
Yeah, you know.
It's way funner to get you guys to do it.
I for some reason thought that Seer would be
Do
better.
Yeah.
Hold on 1 second.
So
okay, so make your perception.
okay. And Feya also has advantage on perception stuff. $22.
22. Right. And I mean, I'll roll just in case I get a 20. Okay. So, and okay. Now, Faye gets up there, starts to take a look around, and I mean, you can tell immediately that you're on the right track. You can see landmarks. You know where you're going, and you definitely get that sort of almost dizzy feeling from Feya as the magics of the place try to take its hold. Can you make a wisdom save?
Orilyn or Feya?
Feya.
Feya. Sorry, I closed the sheet. I have to open it again.
It's all good.
Alright, is this versus a magical effect?
It is.
Okay, Feya has advantage.
All right, you succeed. All right. So it's kind of funny because we as the audience we see this from both perspectives. When Feya goes up, it looks different. There's more definition to the landscape and the horizon. I mean, even though you're only like a couple hundred feet up, and
Just 100 or Orilyn would have lost connection.
okay. And yeah, I mean, you see off in the distance, like a cleared area of trees where like there's an area where some of the vegetation has sort of been cut back, but also like the trees, there's still some damage to them. There's still some flesh growth on the tops of them, but they seem almost a little more maintained. Like it's not quite so wild. And you recognize this almost like clearing to be the area where like the beginnings of Mithrandain, where you guys are headed. And you do realize that the area you're coming up on soon, I mean, assuming that it doesn't play any more tricks on you and try to bring you out somewhere else, would be the like one of the areas that you crossed through when you came back. When you came back to the Feywild and a thing with Oberon happened. Like that place where the hole opened up, it would be nearby. It's sort of that region. And also like the season changes out there. I think we said it was like the spring zone, or was it the summer zone? So you guys will be leaving the like
No,
the
we
autumn.
entered in the fall
Oh, okay.
zone. And his tree palace is also in the fall zone.
Oh, okay, okay. All right. Well, fair enough. It doesn't change then. But yeah, you would recognize this area that nearby would be where you visited previously, where that hole opened up and brought you with those two blue dudes to the Feywild. Let me see here. 1 second. Looking for a thing. Okay. And okay. And let me just look up this thing here. Does it do? It doesn't do this. Okay. Let me make a roll. What was your perception? 22?
Yes.
Okay. So you're looking through Faye's eyes and you see this this little dragon flying towards you. It looks like it has butterfly wings. It has like a purple ridges on its back. And it's tiny. And it's got like blue skin. I mean, it looks almost more like skin than it does scales, with these slightly purplish glowing eyes, and it's grinning. It's grinning, and you almost hear like a feminine laugh come from it, as
Dude, I know what this is.
as like as you see as Fea, a streak of light shoots towards you. And 1 second here. Let me see what.
Are we finally going to kill Fea?
Let me see.
You guys have already killed Fea.
Actually,
Actually, Tim, I think, is the one that did that.
Every time feels like the first.
and can you make a wisdom save as Fea? The DC is only 13.
I am guessing this is also a magic effect, right?
Yes, it is a spell.
Okay.
Oh man.
Nope.
So here's what happens. As Fea, your vision goes completely black. All sense is gone. Like no smell. Let me make sure. Yeah. Yeah. Everything is gone. There's no sense of smell. There's just this sort of feeling of wind rushing past you, as these strange little limbs that you haven't ever felt before struggle to flap, but are not aerodynamic, and the ground is rushing towards you. You feel it. You can't see anything.
Yeah. Since Orilyn was still looking through Fea's eyes when that happened, can Orilyn use an action to just quickly dismiss Fea to its little temporary area that it goes?
Yeah, you can.
Okay, that's what she'll do.
Okay. So you do that.
Yeah, and she'll once she has her sight back, she'll look at the others and frown. I'm assuming that's a fairy dragon.
I mean, have you seen
that-
them before?
They're related to the pseudo dragons.
Yeah. They
So I
are.
think she would at least know of them.
Okay. Yeah,
Um,
it was a fairy dragon. For
Yeah.
sure.
They're
Also,
also more mischievous than the pseudos.
yeah. Yeah. And this one looked healthy. Like just from the slight glimpse you got of it, which is weird, because it could have really hit itself if it wanted to.
Mhm.
But it got close enough to do the thing it wanted to do, so it didn't bother.
Yeah.
But yeah, it didn't look like it was corrupted by the flesh. You kind of got a pretty good look at it. But yeah, it was. Like after a minute or two, you hear like a giggling in your head.
In my head?
Yeah.
Oh no. Okay. I've got good news, bad news, and I don't know what it is news. Which do you want first?
Bad news.
The bad news, there's a fairy dragon.
What are those?
They're similar to Fea, but not a familiar and very mischievous, and it attacked Fea.
Ishu's ears perk up. There's a dragon. Where? I don't see it. Is it gonna kill us?
Well, the neutral news, I guess, is it doesn't appear to be corrupted by the flesh. So it might just be wanting to have a bit of fun. It might just move on its way. It's giggling in my head right now.
Yeah, it's just like a come on, you ruined it. It was gonna be funny. Why'd you have to dismiss her? Come on, it was gonna be funny.
If Orilyn can respond, she'll respond to it and say, "'Cause it cost me 10 gold to bring her back."
Yeah, it doesn't
Anyways,
respond.
the good news is we're on the right track, and we gotta go this way, and she'll point. And she'll talk back to the fairy dragon if she still can and say, "Are you just in this for the fun, or are you gonna do us harm?"
It doesn't respond.
That's what she thought. So if any weird things go on, it's probably the fairy dragon. We should probably just get going.
Okay. You guys gonna?
Mm.
Are you guys? The bear agrees, or maybe he's just got indigestion.
It was a groan.
Keep
It's
your
bear groan.
valuables close at hand.
All right, so the rest of the day's travel is going to go pretty uneventfully. You don't get any more, bothering from the fairy dragon. Doesn't talk to you or like it leaves you alone. It doesn't keep giggling in your head or anything. And
Once Vash changes back after an hour, he would say that we should probably check to make sure we're going the right direction every couple hours at least.
it's fair.
Right. I guess I could either resummon or bring Fea back. I don't know what it did to her, but
You're gonna bring it back and it's gonna be like a piglet or something.
I don't know if the effect
no.
would carry over actually. Because like when you, it just goes.
I guess if
somewhere
it's
else.
a concentration kind of thing, it would probably break its concentration.
When it leaves the same plane of existence, probably. Yeah.
Yeah, because the familiars go in their own little pocket dimension thing.
Yeah, I think it probably would. Let me check and make sure.
Orilyn would, I guess, bring it back, but she would, do it so that her hands are out, so if Fea is still affected, it lands in her hands.
Let's see here. Okay. Lasts for the duration until the target drops to 0 hit points or dies. And
This would be after an hour. If we're
okay.
checking every hour.
Okay, yeah. All right. So if it is an hour later, then yeah, Faye returns as normal.
Cool. Oh, every 2 hours? Okay. Well, still
figured.
normal.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess we do it again. Check to make sure we're going in the right direction.
All right.
With
You want-
Maya.
Yeah, you want to do the same thing. Perception. And
Yeah.
I'll just to spice things up a little bit, I'll give myself a little bonus on the roll against you. No, didn't. Oh wait, you got a 10.
No, I got
No,
a 20. Faya
Oh,
has
yeah, yeah.
advantage on perception checks.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you're able to keep your heading true. You're still headed in the right direction. I think couple like 4 to 6 more hours are going to be pushing like time to take a break, rest for the night, or decide to keep pushing for extra exhaustion. Let's see here. And
Probably best not to tonight.
Should we like try to heal up some people?
Yeah. If once we get to the sleepy stage, we should.
Yeah, I don't think we should push travel to
extra
take
travel,
any
yeah.
extra. Because some people are already affected.
Yep. I agree.
And I don't think it goes away for as long as they're corrupted, right?
I don't think it's curable now.
Yeah, I think it just keeps stacking. Sleeping doesn't help.
Right. That is correct.
Great.
Yeah, I mean, so for those of you who don't get cured tonight, you will not be able to sleep and you will have exhaustion. For sure.
Oh, whoa! We don't sleep at all. Like no spells back.
How did we do it with you, Orilyn? I can't remember. It's been so long. Did we just have
I
you
don't-
roll every day?
I know I've rolled every day. I just don't remember if I don't think my exhaustion went away because by the end she had to be carried on
Yeah, because you couldn't.
whatever.
move.
Because you had like 5 feet of movement.
Yeah.
I think you still got your spells back and stuff though, right?
Well, she's a warlock, so they get them back on short rest anyways.
That's true.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it even came up.
I don't think it did.
Ha!
And,
Well, we get to decide
and
now
also
then.
we kind of time skipped for that. We never really came across anything to
Oh, that's
fight
right.
during
'Cause we were
that
trying-
travel, so I never actually had to ask the question about if
Yeah.
I got hit points or any of that back.
Yeah, because I was trying to get you guys back to 5 rings before the end of that session.
Mm-hmm.
So we just kind of jumped through a lot of it. All right. How should we decide this?
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
I think you guys can recover your spells. It is the you guys can recover your spells, and you can recover your HP on the long run.
But the exhaustion keeps stacking. So it's kind of like you're sleeping, but you wake up tired anyways.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Because your body's fighting the infection.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay. So, you guys travel on. So you've made your perception for looking out. Make a wisdom save.
I don't know why I keep closing Faye's sheet. Just keep it up for a while. All right, so wisdom. Is this also versus spell or not?
It is a magical
Or
effect.
magic, I guess. Okay. I'm guessing this is the magic of the Feywild stuff.
Yeah.
Nice.
You're fine. So you keep your heading true. You know exactly where you're going. Everything you're looking at makes sense. There's definitely a ways to go. Don't get me wrong. But you know the Feywild's trying its best to play some tricks on you. It's just not working today. You're too focused. You're too witty. You're too with it. So yeah, you can continue navigating. For until you want to check again.
Well, it'd be Vash wants it done every 2 hours, so Orilyn will placate him and just do it.
Yeah, you want to just go ahead and do it 2 more times? Like, just roll perception twice, and I can roll against you twice.
Sure.
Oh boy. I didn't
Alright,
realize I was going to make it
1,
harder.
I'm not going to increase it by much more.
2, and then for the wisdom.
Oh no.
Oh, that 10, though. 10 is going to be a problem. Okay, so you do fine on the first one. And then...
Okay, well this was kind of the reason to check every 2 hours, so that if we do go the wrong way, we only go the wrong way for 2 hours.
Yeah.
So on the first one, like everything looks like it's making sense, but then like you're pretty sure you're going in the wrong direction. Like the terrain and stuff looks like it kind of makes sense. Like you can see you're able to make out some landmarks and stuff, but they're on the wrong side of you. On that first one. On the second one, what was your second wisdom? Ooh. On the second one, you're convinced you've been going in the wrong direction since the last time you checked. You thought you corrected it, but it seems like you were going the same way, even though you thought you corrected it.
Wait, the
So,
first one failed too?
the first one, you passed on the perception.
And the
Actually,
wisdom was the 18, because it has the advantage on
so 17. right?
magical effects.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, it was 18. Okay. Never mind.
Yeah,
You
it wasn't a 4.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. So you're fine on the first one. And then the second one, you got a 10 on the perception and a
And
14.
a 14 on
Yeah.
the... Yeah.
So yeah, the second... Okay, yeah. So then the second one, you're convinced you've been heading the wrong direction since the last time. But the first one you weren't confused on. Like everything looked fine. And then when you get to do the second check, you're like, wait, we're supposed to be in a totally different place.
Okay. I think so this would be all of our travel time, right? So each check and then 2 more hours. I think she would probably double check when they stop to rest just in case.
Yeah, okay. One more.
Or I guess they could do it the next morning.
Right.
Up to you.
Probably make more sense.
Yeah, maybe wait until the next morning. I just noticed it's already time.
All right. So you guys are going to set up camp. That's fine. You can find a spot. Does somebody want to make a check to see how good of a camp spot we get?
I'll do that. Survival, right?
Sure.
I don't have advantage, I don't think.
Still pretty good. Okay. So you find a nice level spot where you can kind of like see and basically all directions. And yeah, you guys find a good spot to set up camp for the night. Put your tiny hut up. We get this shot. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, can we have Avijay cure people before we put the tiny hut up?
Yeah, sure.
Why before?
Can we do it in the hut?
The magical effects just can't pass through it.
Oh,
So
then
if they're
never
on the
mind.
inside and they stay on the inside, it should be all right.
Never mind. Yeah.
All right. So who are we curing first?
Odayn votes for Melora.
Vash feels fine. He'll wait.
Orilyn votes for Odayn because he's carrying overall.
Claes votes for Odayn or Melora.
And then Avachai, I think, should be second because he's got the ability to do the curing.
Yeah. So
How many does he think he can cure in one day?
Oh yeah, how many spells does he have left that he could do that?
I've got lots of lesser restorations.
Same.
So he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spells if he used all of his slots that he could use.
Okay,
And
so
he'll
we can
get them
cure
all
all
back
of us.
after sleeping, so he could cure everybody.
Yeah.
Right, that's the idea.
All right. So we just cure everyone. So we're good. It's not that big of a deal, guys. See?
We need to know the orders so that we know who is the most important. Who did the group
Yes.
decide was the most important to cure first?
It sounds like it was a pretty much a tie between Melora and Odayn there, kind of. Like a bunch of people were like Melora or Odayn, and then Ella was like Odayn, and Odayn was saying Melora.
Did Melora say Odayn or did Melora say Melora?
I guess Melora would probably say Odayn. Yeah.
And then it turns out Avachai had enough spells for everyone. We were all happy.
Yeah, we just besides the weird looks some of us are giving other people for ranking them like that. Other than that, we're good.
I do have a question. Does that thing reach the wound? Do I need to be cured?
By the
does
end,
Vash not want to be cured?
I think like that. Even if Vash feels like he feels fine, he would still let you guys cure because he wouldn't tell you guys about it. So he would still
I
end up
think-
getting cured. But Vash is curious. I'm curious if it reaches it.
let me see.
I think it would be best to be on the safe side, to be honest, just in
Yeah.
case it didn't. But also, out of character, do you think it has something to do with the Forgotten One?
I don't think it's that. I think it's something else, something that hasn't really been revealed to the rest of you. So
Oh, I see.
So you're still feeling a little ill. By the
Okay.
time it's definitely not as bad as it was. Like the pain is mostly gone. There's just this weird kind of itchiness where it's going around, and like the body aches haven't spread to the rest of your body yet or anything. They're still focused around that area where the wound was.
so the lump did or didn't reach the wound.
It did. It did.
Okay,
reach the
so
wound.
it did, and it seems to be helping.
It does.
I'll still get cured, but
Yeah. Okay.
interesting.
So yeah, once you're cured, the lump stops. Whatever it was
It just-
doing.
Oh,
just-
but it's still there.
I mean, it's still there. It's not gonna like crawl, like rip and tear its way through your body right now. It's just gonna stay where it is.
Interesting.
But yeah, like once you're cured, you cast the magic on you, remove the flesh infection, it stops whatever it was doing.
Okay.
But yeah, it doesn't go away. Maybe like as some of you are cured, some of you might see like one or two of these worms comes wriggling out of the wound and like shriveling up and dying on the ground. And Vash, you probably would see this as well with yours. But yeah, you just have this other different thing that was going on, and it seems to be satisfied. Like it doesn't keep working on you, but it doesn't go away.
Okay.
All right. Well, let me take this blue mark off of you that's been on you the whole game.
Yeah, that was the light.
Yeah, I know.
I would take my lantern back, by the way.
All right, we'll give him his lantern back. So let me give you your vision.
Nope, that's what the 35 was.
Oh, okay.
And
you
get.
got it.
It's hiding the lantern.
But I
It's
know
gone.
that you have it.
Nope. I hid it up my sleeve.
It's
All right. we'll let you guys fight over the lantern.
I'll give him this lantern back.
We're gonna have another one of those Tim and Wolf. You gonna bury him?
No.
Or is that what you're
Yes.
gonna do?
Someone's getting buried.
Yeah, but he's sneaky, so he'll probably start to bury him, and then he'll sneak away, and I'll just bury nothing.
All right.
I would sleight of hand steal the dirt that he was trying to bury me.
So
I stole the dirt out of my own grave.
so as you guys set up shop here, you set up your tiny hut. We get this weird, again, like the camera, like the audience is watching you guys. You're sitting around talking as you're like making camp and interacting with each other, making jokes. And we get this weird shot of one of these flowers again. We see this. This one's probably quite a bit larger, and it's a distance from camp. Like the angle we're seeing is like at the top of this tree where this flower is growing on the side of it, but it's probably like several dozen meters from camp, and we're just kind of seeing the camp and you guys walking around and talking in the background as we're just like looking at this flower, this odd flower. It's bigger than the other one we saw previously, and its bulb is sort of like the stem and bulb that extends from the back of it sort of wraps around this tree, and it's almost like kind of like strangling it, like kudzu, or something like that. And yeah, and that's when we see you guys settle in for the night. So, who's taking watches? Like, how are we organizing that?
I'm gonna take first watch.
Orilyn's
I
up
will-
for taking the last two again.
I'll take second watch.
Okay.
And I'll make Ishu take second watch with me.
All right, with Ishu, and it was Orilyn on the last two watches.
And then Seer and Melora all.
We might want to have some people with dark vision in those earlier watches.
I will cast Dark Vision on myself and Ishu.
Okay. We need somebody with Odayn.
I think Ishu has dark
I think
vision.
Odayn
already.
has Dark Vision.
Oh, right, because you got
I'm
the
a
warlock
warlock.
invocation.
Yep.
All
Nice.
right,
So then never mind, we're good.
let me take a look at something here.
He's got 120 feet. He's golden.
And
I guess it doesn't really matter.
so we see you guys settle in, and just as soon as you get comfortable, I mean, Odayn's about to take his watch, and then the tiny hut just disappears out of nowhere. You feel the magic fade, and there's like this shimmering light that starts in the center above, the area where you cast it, and it just ripples down the sides as it connects with the ground. And that's, I think maybe that's where we end the session. Like, it's up to you. You can just recast it if you want. I guess. Like, but you feel the magic leave you, like when it's dispelled. Like you can tell that something has dispelled your tiny hut.
Odayn, is there a problem?
Something's stopping it. Something just dispelled it.
Oh, I thought maybe you rolled out on accident.
Claes puts away rapiers and things that he was about to try and juggle.
Can I listen to see if there's anything nearby us?
Yeah, let me just make sure, Odayn. What level? It's just a 3rd level spell, right? Is that what level you cast it at?
Yeah, but it's a ritual.
It's
I don't
a
have to use a spell.
Okay, I understand. Yeah, so it doesn't cost you the spell slot, but it's still a 3rd level spell, even as a ritual, right?
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, that's what happens. So you guys are like, what are we gonna do?
Do
Are
I
we-
hear?
Oh, do you hear it?
Orilyn
No. you don't hear-
will bring up, that fairy dragon might be following us. It could have done that.
Hi, Faye.
You can make perception checks if you're like listening for creatures or looking around to see if someone's out there in the darkness.
I'll use my inspiration on it since the session's about to end.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I forgot to click it. There we go.
Okay.
Um,
Okay. All right. So looking around, you guys don't see any creatures. There's no like lens flare coming off of eyes in the darkness or anything from the lantern light. You don't really see anything but vegetation, trees. There's no noises. You don't hear anything walking towards you or anything. It seems kind of empty. Besides like the sound of just a slight breeze on the wind. Yeah, you don't see anything out there. You don't hear anything coming to get you or anything like that.
Freya has a blind sight of 10 feet. Could I have it go around the perimeter of where the tiny hut
Sure.
is when Odayn recasts it? Or after he recasts it?
Yeah, like just fly around one time after he recasts it. Sure.
Yeah, just in case.
I'm gonna use my inspiration to get a straight roll, and then raise a finger to my lips like I'm quieting the group, and raise a hand in the air. It's quiet. Too quiet.
Performance check. He pulls out a guitar.
Yeah.
Start- What are you trying to roll perception?
He's just like addressing the group. It's quiet.
Oh, okay.
Too quiet.
I thought you were trying to roll something else.
He's just trying to be really dramatic.
Oh, okay.
That's incredibly helpful. Thank you, Claes.
I know.
So you recast the spell. You recast Tiny Hut. It goes back up. Everything works. Feya flies around the perimeter. Make a perception check. Feya.
Oh, you don't want me to use the first one?
It's just. Oh, did you re-roll it a second time already?
No, I haven't. I guess that was for the first time when stuff first fell. I'll read to.
Yeah, 22. Yeah, you don't sense anything there. I mean, you're looking around. Feya has really good eyes. You're looking at everything. You see all the corrupted, flesh-covered plants around the area. But there's no creatures. There's no people hiding in the bushes, waiting
Nothing
to.
invisible.
There's nothing. There's nothing invisible flying around. Yeah, you don't see the thing that whatever snuck up on you in the air earlier. You don't see that thing anywhere. Yeah, you don't see anything. There's no like movement or sound that would denote like any kind of creature flying around or beating its wings or stomping on the ground or anything like that. It seems, for all intents and purposes, like you guys are alone.
At least within 10 feet of the hut.
Vash kind of like rubs his chin for a second and then goes, Orilyn,
What?
it seems like everywhere we go, something is trying to eat us. And yet, we went, 8 hours today without being attacked? Is that normal for this place?
Orilyn shrugs. We're at the whim of the Feywilds. You can't really do anything about that.
But... This seems odd.
Look, I made it all the way from my home to Lord Oberon's tower and to the tunnel I took to get to your world, all without any troubles. Like, you never know what you get.
The dome goes down again.
Yeah.
Vash, make a wisdom save.
Sure. I'm good at those. That's gonna jinx me, isn't it? Nope.
No, you're fine. So you feel something, and this is a familiar feeling. You remember feeling this back in like around Watim Tam, especially, you feel like force like trying to push into your mind, trying to read your thoughts. By the time you detect it, you know it's already gotten the surface thoughts. So whatever was your current emotion, the current thing on your mind, it's already got that, whatever it was.
Suspicion and thinking we've been being tricked for hours.
Yeah. So nothing that's super important.
No.
And as it tries to push deeper, you're able to force it out.
Can I push back and cast Detect Thoughts back at whatever it is?
Link the spell.
Sure. Detect Thoughts. There it is.
Right. What's the target is cell? Lots of creatures. Creature that you can see. So
That you can see. Okay.
what is the creature you're targeting?
Even so, I was trying to use whatever connection it had already established, but like overpower it in the opposite direction. But that isn't technically how the spell works, or how the ability works.
Right.
So if not, then that's all right.
Well, I mean, if you've got an answer, I'm willing to hear it.
You don't have any racial ability that would, because I thought you did this before, but I think you were looking at the thing that did it.
No, I did it with a Grovey once, and he was like far away, so I still don't know how he did it.
right.
But I'm gonna, just on a hunch, I'm gonna target Fea.
Okay. All right. So you get the surface thoughts for free.
Okay.
Fea thinks that this whole thing is hilarious.
God damn it. I don't know if that means anything or not because it's a fairy, it's pseudo dragon. So,
have you ever like looked into Fea's mind? I don't know if you've ever taken the time. Like, would you know?
I don't think so. No.
Okay.
I don't really know. But Orilyn said that the thing was being mischievous and having fun, and it would be funny to have fun. So I'm gonna push deeper.
Okay. Can you make a I guess a wisdom save as
Little wisdom?
Yeah.
16, it fails.
It fails. Okay. So you push deeper into Fea's mind. And you're just rooting around in there. Give me 1 second here. This is kind of where is
This
it?
is total red herring. I know it is. No one else had acted suspicious though, so.
Fea can't cast any spells.
No, Fea can't cast any spells.
Well, I was thinking like, what if it polymorphed into Fea or took its place somehow or something? I don't know.
Yeah.
But Orilyn wouldn't have been able to see through Fea's eyes
Right.
if it wasn't actually Fea anymore.
Okay.
And that's what she's been doing every time they stop.
You get a sense of like this whole thing is kind of funny. Like the dome keeps going down. And there's a bit of like I guess bewilderment is the right word. Like you're concerned about the thing that you saw before. Like you're concerned that it's going to cause something bad to happen to you, and this is Fea, right? This little dragon thing. And but you also like you have this feeling like it wouldn't really harm you. Like it's just playing a game. Like you're in the middle of this game that you don't want to play. You don't really have the time to play it, and it's a little frustrating and annoying. But ultimately it's harmless.
Okay.
And part of you wants to kind of laugh, right? but the other part knows that it's got a job to do. And like you're you know that your like your choices aren't really your own. Like you don't get to just decide to have fun and play games when you're supposed to be working, kind of thing. And that's the feeling you get from Fea. There is definitely a sense of humor there and a curiosity, but it only goes so far.
Okay.
And there's definitely like memories of Orilyn. Like you can keep on pouring through that stuff if you want to.
I think the fact that it's showing a little bit of concern dispels my like suspicion that maybe that's what it was. At that point, I'm like, oh, damn, it's not that.
Mm-hmm.
I think Fea also, because it was granted to Orilyn by Oberon, might also shove some images of Oberon at you too, just for the heck of it.
That's fair.
Okay, I'll take a look at Oberon so I know what he looks like.
And
Vash is unimpressed.
So one thing I wanted to mention on your wisdom save earlier, when you force this thing out, it felt familiar.
Okay.
The last time you really encountered it head on was back in Watim Tam. And like there's this feeling that this thing didn't use its full force. Like it's almost like this is like a scout group for a larger army kind of thing. Like you know that if it really tried, it would be an inevitable tide that you couldn't hold back. There's no way you'd be able to stop it from pouring into your mind. If it really tried. But it's its full attention is elsewhere.
Oh.
Oh,
Yeah.
is it like the feeling of the thing
That's
of
not
the
good at
flesh
all.
when you attack it?
Yeah, it's exactly like that. Yeah. It's exactly like that.
Because Orlin's felt that before.
Yeah.
So this might have been completely unconnected to the fact that the dome keeps disappearing.
I mean, it could be. It could also be totally connected.
Hey, Odayn, would you mind switching shifts with me?
Sure.
You take
Why?
second watch. I've
Why?
got an idea. I'm gonna try something. Can you put the dome back up once more?
Sure. Why don't I just take the first shift with you, and then someone else can take the second shift. That way people can start sleeping while I work on the dome.
I quickly speak into his mind. Are we sure we want to leave Ishu alone?
We have like 5 other people who can take up shift too.
Yeah, Seraphina's not on a shift. And neither is Claes.
Claes, you're taking a shift. I guess Ishu will be on second with Claes, and me and Odayn will do a shift.
Take the shift.
All right.
And also, Melora doesn't sleep, and
Right,
Avishai
right.
can take a shift as well.
So Vash and Odayn on first. Sounds like.
We're working Avishai pretty hard. We'll let him sleep.
Ishu and Claes on second.
Yep.
And then
Unless Seraphina wants to go.
And then the rest unchanged.
and okay. All right.
So
So you set the dome back up.
I wait about 20 seconds is all once the dome is up, and then Actually, I don't know if this will work from in here. Damn it all. I will wait until I feel like he's about done with the dome, and I will use a charge of the staff to summon the insect cloud that lasts for 10 minutes.
You could just step out and then cast it and step back in.
It follows me, so I'm not sure how that works once the staff comes inside.
Oh,
I could try it, but yeah.
Magical effects cannot go through the barrier, so it will.
Right.
Also, if
It'll
you cast
cease it.
if you cast it while you're inside, it will just be inside.
Inside, right. So I'm going to cast it before the dome goes up and see what happens then.
Okay, how long does it last?
It lasts 10 minutes.
Okay, so you're gonna
Maybe they'll get bored in the 10 minutes and decide not to do it again.
you're gonna time it to right when the dome goes up, basically.
Yeah,
So-
it only costs me an action, so I can just do it like that.
Okay. So you do that. When the dome comes up, all the insects inside the dome they disappear, basically.
What about outside the dome?
Outside the dome, they're still there. So you have like an area that's kind of
Okay, so the dome is heavily obscured. No one can see it.
right.
So Vash is assuming if it's magical, they'd have to see it to dispel it. So this is his theory, and he's going to test it.
Okay.
So I guess I'll hang out for the 10 minutes if it stays up that long.
Yeah. Now, let me ask you this: for example, is the insects like a magical obscure, or could people with blind sight still be able to see through the insects?
It is. It's here. I'll link it again. It wouldn't work for devil sight. Like seeing through magical darkness wouldn't let you see through it. It's just a normal type of obscured, but it is fully obscured. There we go.
But like fog can be heavily obscured or lightly obscured. But if you have blind
Right.
sight, you
So
can
it's
still-
basically fog. It's basically fog cloud, but lasts longer and it moves with me.
Okay.
Because it can also be blown away with the wind.
Yeah, yeah. So you get the dome up, you got the insects around it. Okay. 10 minutes go by.
God damn it. So the insects go away.
Okay. And what are you guys doing? Are you guys get set up for your watch? Or people laying down to sleep? Like, what's going on?
I assume the others are going to. I don't know what they're doing. Vash is waiting to see if this works.
Yeah. What about the rest of you? What are the rest of you doing? Are we?
Is Vash explaining to Odayn what his plan was, or?
Once the dome was up, he would probably explain. Yeah, like, well, they can't see it. Maybe it won't. Maybe they can't get rid of it. Maybe they'll get bored. But I can only do it for a short while.
Do we know who's doing this?
No. Not a clue.
All right. Well, let's see what happens.
All right.
And I guess they watch intently.
So you guys get comfortable. You're sort of waiting, and you guys are like expectantly waiting for something to happen, and then like another 10 minutes goes by, and like, do you guys sit there and just keep waiting after 10 more minutes pass?
Well, it's our watch, so we're gonna be up either way.
All right. And then after like another 3 to 5 minutes, the dome goes down again.
So this, I'm gonna cast Detect Magic, not as a ritual, instantly.
Okay. So you cast Detect Magic.
Do I see any magic anywhere? I like quickly scan all around. Besides my companions.
You see the spell of Tiny Hut vanishing, like it's still like wearing off as you cast it. You do detect. Let's see here. You do detect abjuration coming from the ground, and sort of
Fair.
just everywhere, kind of around the dome.
Probably necromancy from all the infected plants.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of that, and even some divination from the plants as well. And there's just the general background magic of the Feywild. There's a lot of that stuff too, of all the schools. But you can tell it's not really focused on the immediate area so much as it is just this place in general.
Right. Vash gives a very big sigh. I'm out of ideas.
Is the DM trolling us or what? Like, what is it? All right, I think maybe we can end the session there.
We want the gnome.
Like you guys are just like recasting this tiny hut, and it just keeps going down. And I guess we can figure out what you guys want to do for next session. Like you want to just keep casting or like
Odayn literally just like this is his third time trying to do this.
We can ritual cast it more than they have spell slots.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
So Odayn's trying something new. He's gonna take out like a large piece of fish from his pack, and he's just gonna wave it around, and then he yells out, "If you guys, whoever's doing this, can you please stop? I'll give you this if you stop. This is getting annoying." And then he throws the fish maybe over here.
You throw the fish out of the hut into the wilderness.
Oh, dang. The last time we were loud, we got attacked by those beasts. What the hell are you doing?
Well, what do you suggest we do? Just sleep here out in the open? We're gonna attack either way.
Just do it quieter.
I say it again.
I'm gonna
be quieter.
say Orilyn hasn't really started her meditation yet. She will move over and whisper to Vash and Odayn and say, if it is the fairy dragon and it's just doing this for a bit of fun, you might want to offer it something more fun. I don't think food does it.
Odayn's just gonna watch the fish to see if anyone takes it.
Vash will use a wild shape and summon an owl that begins flying and darting around and hooting softly, like trying to entice something to come and chase it and play.
Okay. So persuasion from the owl?
Sure. I don't know.
Maybe it's just
After-
an illusion, I guess.
After she gives them that suggestion, Orilyn's gonna go into back to where she was sitting and start meditation. She's done helping them for now.
Fair.
Okay.
Persuasion, you said?
As an owl, yeah.
As an owl. That's not its strong suit.
I mean, I
Jeez,
guess it could
There
be
was a chance it could have gotten a negative 1.
it could be performance. If
It's not gonna matter. It's the same thing.
It's not really good. All right.
It's all charisma.
Yeah, so nothing chases it. No monsters come rushing out of the darkness, no beams of light shoot at it. Yeah, nothing really seems to mess with it. So you just got this owl that's a bit out of sorts. It's just flying around hooting and
Flying around and
hollering.
hooting softly.
Yeah.
That's just like he freezes for a second. He goes, "I'm really starting to hate this place."
Odayn waits for 5 minutes, and if no one grabs the fish, he's gonna go over there, pick it up, and he's gonna wave it in the air. Are you sure you don't want this?
So you pick it
Hello?
up, and there's like some worms hanging out of it. Like they've already like come up from the ground off of the flesh on the trees to try to like consume this fish.
All right, then
I
I'll
don't
just
see
kick
that
it out of
happening
the
to
way.
our companions, do I?
I'll just
No.
kick it out of the way then.
Okay. All right.
And then he'll just go back and try casting it again, picking tiny hut.
Yeah. Okay. So you go back through the ritual casting of Tiny Hut. All right. Maybe that's where we can end the session because it's almost midnight. That last hour or so is a little bit silly. But I mean, I
You
don't
need
know.
more experience for it?
Yeah. Actually, Vash definitely needs to get 3 experience for everybody. Just for the RP and stuff. In the last, I should put you guys at 8 for this session. And,
Yeah.
yeah. All right. So, next week, everyone good for next week?
I hate fairies.
Should be
Good
good.
year.
Maybe. I'll have to let you know because my dad's coming over and staying with us
All right.
at least a bit. So hopefully we should be able to make it.
All right.
Something that we could also consider doing is that the Wild Beyond the Witchlight comes out
Oh,
tomorrow, I think. So we could buy that and run that for a week or two if you guys are not able to.
that might be kind of cool. I was
Oh,
gonna.
yeah.
I was actually we've bought it, but the book we ordered hasn't arrived yet because they're having issues for the physical books. with their-
Technically, it doesn't come
think
out
it
till
got
tomorrow.
delayed
So
in
tomorrow is the
shipping.
earliest it should come.
Oh,
Right.
okay. We got a notice saying that there is delays in shipping for ours.
Okay.
I was.
But I was actually wanting to put together a group to run it in the future. And I was going to see if any of you guys, because I wanted to see if some of the people from my main group and you guys wanted to do it, so I wasn't sure. I don't know if I would be able to do that if we play it this soon.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I might be interested. I was gonna say. I know this is probably not a thing, but I know we've had some schedule stuff come up lately. Is there any day of the week that would be better for you guys than Mondays? Like, is there any other? Could we move it to another day? Is that something we want to look at? Because I do have like the other show is having to move things around, and one of the days they're looking at is Monday. So if there is another day, we can make this thing work. I would definitely like to consider it.
For me, Wednesday and Saturday are a bit hard, but other than that, as long as I have some time to move stuff around, I should be able to move to pretty much any weekday.
Tuesday is the only other day I could really.
I think
consider
Wednesday is
doing.
the only day I can change to.
Yeah, I think Wednesday's the only day we can change to.
Okay, so some of you guys Tuesday, some of you guys are Wednesday. All right, so we're probably just gonna have to keep it on Monday then, because I don't want to lose anybody. It's not worth moving if we can't all make it. Okay. All right. Well, I just thought it'd be something I'd bring up because I told them I'd ask you guys, but I know that Monday is like the only time we're all free, kind of thing. So that's kind of what I expected. But it's no big deal. We'll work something out for New Orleans. Yeah, I don't know. Did you guys have fun today? It was a good session.
Oh,
Yeah,
You guys survived. You did pretty
we
good.
survived.
Yeah. It was looking kind of grim there early on, but then I think Slow really took control of the fight.
Low carried, yeah.
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 For sure. So that was awesome. Good place.
And I was getting worried when more and more people were getting infected, but then when we found out that Avatai actually had 5 spell slots, like, oh, never
Yeah.
mind. We're good.
Yeah, it was like because
Abishai ruining the suspense as usual.
Because of the yeah.
Just the
Well,
worst.
and then I realized warlocks also can learn remove curse, and I get a spell next level. So I was thinking of just taking remove curse, so we have 2 people who could do that and 2 people who could do lesser restoration.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had to have a
You also get to remove. You also get to remove curse every long rest too. So or short rest. So that's good.
right.
Yeah,
You
because
get
I
it
would
a
get to
ton.
cast it. I would have 2 warlock spell slots per short rest, so I could cast it as many times per day as I could get a short rest in.
Nice. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
that works. So I guess I can just start throwing all the flesh abominations at you guys then, since
No,
they're not really
this
a
is
threat
backup.
anymore.
Orilyn still has other spells she wants to use.
All right. All right. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens next session. What do we got? Shout outs. Anybody got anything? Check out the links at the bottom of the description under the video. If you're watching on YouTube, there's artwork links, there's music links. What do you guys
Thank you.
got?
Good night, guys. Almost
Shout out for
12.
being awake.
Yeah, shout out for being awake. Thanks for staying, man. You have a great night.
Good
Have a
night.
good night.
And I guess I'll let the rest of you go too. Thanks for playing. I'm gonna go ahead and stop stream, and we can chat afterwards if you guys want or whatever. Thanks for watching, viewers. Thanks, Unrooted. You've been awesome as always. You guys have a great week. We'll see you next time.